Appreciate everybody tuning in to the Jackson State versus Grambling game. We will air it live as soon as it is made available. We are 12, 13 minutes away from kickoff. They just did the Young Dolph tribute at the stadium. So shout out to JSU for that. It didn't look like on the Grambling side, a lot of people were in the building at that moment, but this was filmed prior to the game. People are starting to come in the stadium. Have been starting to come in the stadium for about an hour now. And so we're going to cut live to a different football game. And then we will pick up on Jackson State when it becomes available.
State lead at the half, and they'll have the football to start the second half. Will the Morgan State Bears? The ball goes out of bounds, and the Morgan State offense will come out after the penalty. Let's take a look at our first half highlights to start with a great defensive play by the Morgan State Bears. Cesis with the interception early on, and that led to a field goal by Leary, the 20-yard field goal. And the first points of the game is 3-0. And then Deuce Taylor, the 12-yard touchdown pass to Avery Jones, a 13-play, 73-yard drive. And Morgan State was up 10-0. But then the special teams came in. A block punt here turned into the only points of the game so far for Sacred Heart as the ball went through the back of the end zone for the safety. And that's where we stand, 10-2 as we start the second half. Morgan State 0-2 on the season. Sacred Heart 1-1. Morgan State trying to win the first game for Coach Wilson. Pass complete on the far sideline, and that'll be an 8-yard pickup. On the catch is Tyler Wilkins, the sophomore, with the grab.
They have some size on the outside, man. He's 6'3". We talk about the other receivers being 6'3", 6'2". So they have the opportunity to play above the rim. And I like that they're coming out in here in the second half and getting those guys the football right away.
So second and short after that completion to Wilkins. Baker throws it out of the backfield and hit immediately. They were trying to get the football to Afonso Graham, an incomplete pass. So what do you think of Carson Baker, the grad quarterback? They had a grad quarterback last year in Neil Boudreau. How do you think Baker's played in the first half?
I think he's played okay. Again, we've been calling a lot of Morgan State games over the last decade or so, and you have to say this quarterback play has been probably the most capable or consistent. The passing game looks at least like it's able to approach down the field with a little bit more frequency and a little bit more consistency, and that's all you can ask for, because we know Morgan State has been able to run the football, but they never really been able to throw the football with effectiveness. So we'll see that continue.
And we'll step aside. Morgan State has a 10-2 lead as we just started the second half. It is the MEAC Digital Network on ESPN+.
All right, so again, we're just watching a little Morgan State against Sacred Heart, as you can see. The game is 10-2. Morgan State seems to be in control coming out of halftime. We are awaiting the start of the Jackson State game. As soon as that game is made available, we will go directly to it. For those of you who are tuned in, like the stream, share the stream. I'm going to show the whole game. It won't be any cuts, pauses, or anything like that. No commercials. But yeah, just so you know, just awaiting the start. As you can see, that's the ticker for the game we're waiting to watch. As soon as this event becomes available, we will dive directly into the game. Make sure, again, that you like the stream and share the stream. I'm just going to catch a little bit of this Morgan State game until JSU is available. So get your popcorn ready. Get your blanket, whatever you got to get. Relax. It's going up. If you are not at the game, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But like the stream, share the stream. and get ready for an impactful game. We're 8 minutes away from kickoff. There's a lot that has been said this week, especially coming off the Tennessee State-Jackson State game. The receivers didn't make the plays that needed to be made to put points on the board. And the running backs also put the ball on the ground, but Savion Wilkerson did look good. Let's see what happens today.
3rd and short for the Bears here. So it was an incomplete pass after the video review. Johnson with the carry. He's going to be short of the first down. It's just half of a yard on that carry. So 4th down coming up for Morgan State.
Surprised they don't go for it here. They're going to send that vaunted punt team out. I thought he had an opportunity to pop this one as the pursuit came too quickly. And usually when that happens, the running back is able to squirt through the gap and rip off a long run. So we'll see if the personal protection for Morgan State can hold up this time. They've already blocked 2 punts here today. Have Sacred Heart.
Jordan Muddy on to punt, and it's been interesting. 2 blocks. Could they get this one off? He kicked it into the back of one of his players. So short field again. So punting troubles continue for Morgan State. That one wasn't blocked. He got it off, but I think he kicked it right in the back of one of the Morgan State Bears.
You know what's so frustrating? Because the special teams coordinator is a HBCU legend in Torrey Woodbury, the former quarterback for Winston-Salem State. He's now the special teams coordinator. So I know this has to just chew at his craw because his side of the football that he's responsible for is not having his best day. And now they keep the ball in the back of number 49. They missed 2 blocks. It's just not you may see them go for it on 4th down from here on out.
Significant 0 for 3 as far as punting troubles. One was blocked and went out of the back of the end zone for a safety, and now a short field again. Sacred Heart had a nice drive and missed a 40-yard field goal. They're on the opportunity of offensive points.
The Morgan State Bears.
Give the ball to Young. Young around the right side and not fooled at all. Great play by the Morgan State defense, getting in there and making the big stop as the Morgan State defense just continues to get in that backfield for a tackle for a loss.
They close the front door and they close the back door. So great job by Asante closing that run down because they set a physical edge on the front side. And that's what you want to do. Make him stop his feet in the backfield and let your pursuit defense clean it up.
Asante's had a couple of big plays. The sophomores coming up with 2 tackles for a loss in this game. So now a 2nd and 18 after that 8-yard tackle for a loss. Grant gets up to the 45-yard line, and that's all the Morgan State defense would allow Malik Grant to get on that carry.
Great job right there by Lawrence Richardson just filling that hole. And again, we've seen him play a better game today than what he did against Towson. It's not like he played a terrible game against Towson. It's just that he was overrunning plays, but he's been a little bit more disciplined in making those tackles in the backfield. They have an unsportsmanlike penalty on Sacred Heart. It's going to pick him up 15 more yards.
First down. That is number 70, first and sportsmanlike conduct contest.
Well, why did he call automatic first down if it's going the other way?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 70, 15-yard penalty.
There you go.
Now they got it.
He was in the zone. It's a great stop by Richardson, man. I love seeing guys make the adjustments from one week to the next. And he's not overrunning plays. He's playing with controlled aggressiveness and making these tackles right where they need to be.
Stella called for the penalty for Sacred Heart. 3rd and a long way. McCray running. Penalty marker comes down. McCray still on his feet across midfield into Bear territory down to the 46-yard line. He'll still be short of a first down. There's a penalty marker back at the 32-yard line.
Holding, offense, number 73. 10-yard penalty, spot of the foul. Replay, 3rd down.
Mike Griggs, the grad student from Wall, New Jersey, called for the hold. Transfer from Colgate, grad student, came in from Colgate. So back-to-back penalties by Sacred Heart keeps their good field position, now poor field position. They originally had the ball at midfield.
It's 3rd and 40.
Now it's all the way back to the 21-yard line. So after that punt that went to the back of the one Morgan State player, Sacred Heart not able to take advantage of the good field position. And the completion to Troy Holland, the short completion, gets him up to the 29-yard line. So we'll have to punt the football back to Morgan State. Not a whole lot of offense in this game. We weren't expecting a whole lot of offense. Sacred Heart only scored 2 offensive touchdowns this entire season. 2.5 games.
Didn't take advantage of the great field position from the poor punt by Morgan State. And now Morgan's going to get set up in great field position once again because of Sacred Heart's own mental mistakes and pushing them back to where we have it 4th and 32.
See if Sacred Heart can get a good clean punt off. Hamler is back to receive the punt from Morgan State. It's going to bounce and take a Sacred Heart roll and roll all the way inside the 15-yard line down to the 13, and that's where Morgan State Bears will have the football at the 11:40 mark of this third quarter. And Morgan State, they have a 10-2 lead. We'll be back with more after this.
All right, y'all. So let's see if the game ain't started yet. We're waiting on the ticker to rise. You're not gonna see me play this game from a back screen. You're gonna get the full game. So as soon as the game begins to air, we're gonna get directly into it. As you can see, it has not started yet. And I'm going to go search it again and make sure that we're good to go. So, listen, appreciate everybody for tapping in. You know what I'm saying? Like the stream, share the stream. I'm going to go ahead and get the game up because I know it is about to go down. And then I'm going to share my screen again and we're going to get it in. But the Morgan State, that game was trash. I hate to say it like that, but it looks like they might be able to stave off their opponent. So as soon as the game is made available, we're going live. What's going on, Savage Mode? What's good? Yeah, I'm gonna show the whole game, man. I'm just waiting on it to start, and I'm gonna reshare my screen. That's all. So I appreciate everybody for tapping in. All right, so I am awaiting ESPN3 to do its job, and we will share screens and get it lacking. And of course, listen, if the buffers or if it does something strange, you already know it's ESPN3. Instead of them doing their jobs the way they need to do their jobs, they're not going to look like the fools in this situation. What's going on? I am True, man. They have still not updated it yet, so I haven't shared my screen just yet. I'm also doing it for licensing reasons, although I got the thing up. All right, hold on 1 second, y'all. Jackson State versus Grambling. Shoot, I was on mute. All right, who y'all got for this game, man, while we're waiting to get this game on, man? ESPN3. Who do y'all have? Who y'all rooting for, man? Is Grambling coming in to play ball or what? What's up, Juju? They still ain't kicked it off yet. And I'm gonna share it as soon as it's made available. I'm telling y'all. I'm just waiting on ESPN3 to do their job. He said by 40. All right, man. I'm trying to get the game on right now. As y'all know, ESPN3 be acting tricky, so I got kind of backup ways. I got the game in the background playing for those of y'all that can hear it, but I'm actually finna pull up the live right now. Let me share my screen. Oh, they're calling it an upset. All right, so again, let me share, man. Oh yeah, nah, I just been, laying low. Hold on, y'all. The game is coming on. Jackson State kicks it off the leg, and we are underway here from the Grambling State on the return, and they will start their first offensive possession of this game at the 15-yard line. We'll coming out a new face in Grambling, Louisiana, by the name of Quaterius Hawkins. Hawkins, a JUCO transfer, a dual threat quarterback. So again, adding to that ground attack for the Tigers.
And he's going to be under tremendous pressure today. In a game like this, they like to get at the quarterback. Key thing for Hawkins.
All right, here we go.
Use his leg. You talk to the coach and they say he gets the game plan. When you talk to Coach Jackson, he says more important.
I'm gonna have to reset my app though.
He knows what I'm trying to
thing.
accomplish with my play call.
Look. Yeah, so hold on real quick. Let me switch this over to the other thing so I can get the screen to work. Bear with me one moment, y'all. So a nice game through the air, just under 300 yards passing, and here he gets it going. Maurice Washington, 28 in yellow, and they will target him, and we will certainly call his name a lot. Steve Jackson named the head coach back on December 10th of 2021. Yeah, I'm gonna show the game. I'm showing the game. I gotta switch the thing so I can get it to work. You know how ESPN works. After being the offensive coordinator at Tennessee State under Eddie George, he leads the G-Men in this 2020 campaign. So it's 2nd and 5 right now.
Test match going on between Hugh Jackson and Dennis Thurman.
2nd and 5, and they just stopped the play.
Good friends competing against each other for many years in the National Football League.
But hold on, I'm trying to pull it up on this other thing, man, so I can share it.
Play clock didn't start, so a little technical difficulty.
They stopped the game because of the play clock. Now they're gonna keep the time on the field. Nah, appreciate it. Oh, trust me, you ain't gotta worry about my mic. I'm just trying to get the game on right now. Fumble. Here we go. I had to sign out so I can sign back in. So hold on, I'm doing it right now.
For the young freshman Ryan Pepin's making his college football debut. First catch on the season, made a nice move, but did not secure the ball. And that's what enabled Jackson State to recover in great field position.
Well, we get a chance to tell you more about Shedeur Sanders, the Jerry Rice Award winner from a season ago, the Swac Freshman of the Year. A number of accolades for this gentleman, but you look to last week that 16-3 victory, not the dominating performance that Coach Prime would have wanted, but Shedeur Sanders completing 30 passes against another set of Tigers out of the OVC. This one complete to Dallas Daniels. Daniels is a guy that this coaching staff is really high on.
Yeah. He's the go-to guy. He's been the most consistent, most dominant. They all play well. Talented wide receiver core, but they say Daniels is special, has the ability to play at the next level. Really exciting to watch Dallas Daniels.
When you have a head coach who was a 14-year veteran in the NFL, that's one of the goals for Coach Prime and his players here at Jackson State. The pass complete and some protection, and DJ Stevens, the tight end, right out of the SIP. You see some tempo already here in the red zone.
Yes, that was not an easy throw by Shedeur Sanders. He just doesn't miss. He is deadly accurate, throwing that out route all the way across the field, hit him in stride. When you've got a quarterback that accurate, it's like you're playing video game football.
1st and 10. The Grambling State 11-yard line. You think back to last year, 68% completion percentage for then the true freshman quarterback. Hands it off and getting to the outside to Moon. J.D. Martin inside the 5, down at the 4-yard line after that 7-yard gain.
Do you notice the number of exotic formations we keep seeing? And seems like an obvious pass set. No, they're going to run a little bit off tackle to the right. J.D. Martin showing explosiveness to the outside. The Jackson State offense really showing some diversity in their formations.
Brett Bartoloni, the offensive coordinator, first year here in Jackson. Xavion Wilkerson, who transferred over from Delaware State. In these types of situations, close to the goal line, they like to use a big back like him.
Remember a season ago when talking to Coach Prime, he said, man, we got to be able to run the ball. I know what Shedeur can do at quarterback. We have to be able to run the ball. And you can see right now, very impressive running game right now. They got Wilkerson in from Delaware State to be that power back. Showing you there short yardage situations, he can get the job done.
So now working with 1st and goal. If you're just tuning in, Grambling State on their opening possession fumbled the football inside their 25-yard line, set up great field position. Now Tigers of Jackson State looking to capitalize, in for the touchdown, but there's a penalty marker down.
They moved too soon. That's coming off the scoreboard.
Illegal motion. Offense. All players are not set for 1 second prior to the snap. 5-yard penalty. First down.
So you can't have two people moving at once. So you see one guy going in motion, and they're saying they were not set for that 1 second that you have to be going down. That goes on the motion guy. He's got to make sure nobody is moving before he goes across the formation. Tight call, but the right call.
Backs him up 5 yards, a little more room to work with. Wilkerson gets the carry again, shedding a few tacklers and putting the ball back just near where it was prior to the snap.
And you can tell when Wilkerson comes in from Delaware State, and he was fantastic there, carried the football a lot. Really good at making the first guy miss and bouncing off tacklers. In between the tackles is his specialty.
Wilkerson 131 yards on the ground through 2 games this season. 2 tight ends set. And a whistle on the field and a timeout taken by Jackson State. With 2nd and goal, Coach Prime wanted to make sure that his team has it right. Want to punch it in and capitalize on that turnover.
Number 3, man.
Yeah, man. So it is what it is, an early start, and now you see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. What's y'all score, man? I know a couple of people said by 40. I don't think that it'll be by 40, but if they're turning the ball over like that or putting themselves, Grambling, putting themselves in position to be down like that, then it's going to be a rout. It's going to be a real rout. So, yeah, we're going to see what happens. 34-10, okay. Who got Grambling? Anybody in the chat pulling for Graham? I had a couple people message me, man, and tell me that other people have it live, but they're not showing it the way that I'm showing down. Well, okay. They said somebody got an ESPN sports ticker up and they're just talking over the game too. If y'all was on them other networks, man, you could let them know. I mean, them other channels.
Great crowd on hand for the home opener for Jackson State as they host Grambling State. And taking another look at it on the opening drive for the visitors, Ryan Pepins coughs up the football. That was caused by Aubrey Miller. Cameron Silman Craig comes up with the recovery. And Hugh Jackson and Deion Sanders, a.k.a. Coach Prime.
At Coach Prime.
Well, you know, look, NIL is huge.
Yes.
He is huge on social media. So he's like, look, the best way to recruit for my program and the best way for people to know about it, you got to make sure you hit them on all angles.
Absolutely. He gets it. You know, many people thought you were only going to hear from Coach Prime when they had to hire, but it's carried on. You know, he's in the year 2. Things are going well at Jackson State. Enrollment's up at the school, one of the hottest HBCUs in the country.
This is a team that made it all the way to the Cricket Celebration Bowl a season ago after coming out of the SWAC as champions. And you talked about the ground game, them being able to execute with that running game here on 2nd and goal. Out of the timeout, nice cut back there and snuffed out by the Grambling State defense. That was Lewis Matthews from his middle linebacker position.
Yeah, a little bit of concern right now if you're Jackson State. You want to be able to just run the football. I'm not a big fan of going sideways down there. I think they've got a bigger offensive line. Go downhill. They tried the pitch, not able to get open on the outside. But a week ago, Jackson State got into the red zone, 400 yards of total offense, didn't produce many touchdowns. They need to get a score in a major way right now to establish they fixed their red zone woes.
Well, let's see. Shedeur Sanders looking back to pass it, has time. Dancing feet, stays on his feet, tries to get to the end zone and stopped just short. But a flag coming out as the Grambling State defense holds once again. That was Lewis Matthews.
And this would be interesting. The penalty may be somebody playing without a helmet. The rule in college football, once your helmet comes off, then you're supposed to stop. There was a Grambling line where the helmet came off.
Personal foul, defense, number 91. Player continued to participate after his helmet came off. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
And that's so tough. Because what do you do on a play where the quarterback is scrambling around as long as that play took? His helmet came off. They didn't call hands to the face. So it'll happen early in the play. There was a helmet down there, right there. The helmet's off. But look at this. He's scrambling. The football instincts kicked in. Unless he went and blocked somebody, you almost want to say, what's he supposed to do?
Yeah, tough break for Cedric Thornton and his defense. Now a fresh set of downs in half distance to the goal. Bunch formation and trying to punch it in is Shedeur Sanders and the extra oomph, and he's in there for the score. So put 6 on the board for the home team on their opening drive, although they only had to go down just about 21 yards for pay dirt.
Took a number of plays to get there, but they finally were able to get that touchdown in the red zone. Improvement from a week ago, this quarterback sneaking. It was the second surge. Good job by the running back coming in behind him, giving that push Wilkerson to help his quarterback get in.
So first rushing touchdown of the season for Shedeur Sanders. In a little conference on the sideline between he and his father, Alejandro Mata, on to attempt the extra point. Mata puts it through. And a 7-0 advantage for the Jackson State.
All right, so there you have it, the first touchdown of the game. 9 minutes left in the 9 minutes and 50-something seconds left in the first quarter, and it is what it is. So you hear me muted during the video, so no copyrights or anything like that. But yeah, man, I was looking at some messages where people were sending me and showing me, like somebody got people watching the game on like this background TV. It's kind of, I guess the graphic would be dope, but I don't know if y'all like that or not. But feel free to like the stream, share the stream. If you're a Grambling fan or a JSU fan, let it be known, man. Let people know who you think will win, what the score will be. And it's gonna go down like that. And I'm gonna give you a full version of the game, the entire game. I will say this: Grambling has to take care of the ball. Mistakes like that will cost you. JSU made them pay. They didn't go for the quick strike. They methodically worked their way down. They even got some penalties. Grambling leads the SWAC in penalties. They're number one in penalties. JSU is third. As far as, but those penalties are concerned. And we saw it on that drive. Couple penalties, sway it either way. Potentially take points off the board. But Shedeur has to look at that tight end. He was open early, put it on him right then and there. You get a touchdown. You don't go through the rest of that series right there. You're off, and you would have scored a few minutes ago. But Grambling has to protect the ball. We'll see what Grambling decides to do on this next drive. They're down 6-0. They're down 7-0. And this is a crucial point in the game for Grambling. If you are a G-man, I'd say that because you don't want to be 14. You don't want to be down 14.
Welcome back to Jackson.
Okay, that's good.
Welcome back to Jackson, Mississippi. A 7-0 advantage for the home team. However, when you look over this series, Grambling State leads the all-time series 47-22. In fact, they've won 8 of the last 10 ball games. But when we heard from Coach Prime earlier this week, he said, look, this is a much different team that we're facing this year than we did last.
Absolutely. But he brings a different team to this ball game as well. But with Hugh Jackson coming, the improvements will be made there. We'll see what type of ripple effect it has. But I think right now it's his measuring stick for Grambling as well. Week 1 of the season, they look bad. They look very bad. Then last week got a victory versus Northwestern State, one of those games you should say they're supposed to win, and they did, and they dominated. So they brought in here a little bit of momentum. I know the folks down in Grambling, Louisiana, are really trying to see what type of squad are we going to have this year.
Well, this game, when you look at how it shakes out, actually not counting as a conference game, with a lot of shifting happening after last season with the realignment in the Southwestern Athletic Conference, bringing on 2 new teams. Grambling out of the West, Jackson State, the champions of the East. And Maurice Washington, you see they like to get him involved and get the ball in his hands any way possible.
Yeah, and schematically, I kind of like what Grambling State's doing offensively. They're spreading them out. The strength of Jackson State's defense is the athletes. They've got athletes all across the board. Well, they're trying to make them play sideline to sideline assignment football. And something new, a little bit different from Jackson we're seeing is using a 3-man defensive line front not going with their traditional 4-3, but still using Miles Gaddy in space as more of a linebacker hybrid.
Well, Gaddy, number 57 on the edge, trying to come around, but the handoff straight ahead to the running back, Maurice Washington, for a pickup of about 3. That'll bring up 3rd and short. Well, Niles Gaddy, who transferred over from Tennessee, 2nd year in the program. Coaches told us just how well he made that jump from last year's time in
That's on y'all, because it's clear on my end.
the program, and this year had a great camp, and they are expecting him to kind of take over for the problem from last season in James Houston.
Yeah, but they say Gaddy got bigger, got stronger, a little bit faster. So that's all you can ask for a defensive player to improve during the offseason, and it's translated here on his field of play.
Timeout. Grambling. Their first of the half.
So both teams spending early timeouts here in the 4th quarter. First one spent for Grambling. Will step.
Yeah, so the quality on this side is on 1080p. And I'm looking at it from my cell phone, and the quality of it looks fine. So what you can do is, if you're unfamiliar with YouTube, I don't know if you are or not, but if you're on your cell phone and you hit the little screen, and there should be like a screwdriver pull up. When that screwdriver pull up, you can hit that button, and then you will see, of course, at the very top of your quality. Then when you hit quality, go to advanced to specify, change it to 720, and you'll have an even more clear picture. And so that should give you really good quality at that point. Now, do expect from ESPN3 some delays, some pauses, or stuff like that, but eventually they'll try to get it right. And I'll keep y'all posted up with everything else that's going on. Again, like the stream, share the stream. I know it ain't 1,500 like some of them other people, but I'm gonna try to go the entirety of the game and let everybody, get the game in. You got family members, friends, somebody looking for the stream, share it with them. That's if y'all feel like it. I ain't asking you to. See how long we can go. Hold up, who texted me?
Is presented by McDonald's. Like a positively gold move. Elevate the next generation. Excellence.
Well, the California native was welcome into Black college football a season ago, and now is leading the most storied program in all of historically Black colleges and universities in Grambling State. Hugh Jackson says it's a new experience and something different that I've never had before, and quite honestly, it's one that I've appreciated thus far. 3rd and 2 for his offense. And quickly getting it away again, Maurice Washington, who's been busy early on. Good gain, that'll move the chains and more for the junior out of Stockton, California.
Stockton, California, that's Northern California. So you're talking about Coach Jackson is designing up this play for his best football player getting the football. See, me and you, we said we're from the West Side. The West Side, you talk a little bit more specific, Southern California. We're both LA boys right there. So he's coming out from the West Side trying to represent Dorsey High School alumnus.
Under pressure, Hawkins scrambling and decides to slide just before midfield pickup of a couple.
Think about this. We've seen Jackson say a couple times this season, and To be honest, this is probably the most success we've seen an offense have against Jackson State, being able to move the football. This is how good JSU's been defensively on the season. Teams normally get 3 plays and out. They don't move the ball a lot. But Grambling, in their second drive, able to move the football.
To get this, Jay, they have yet to give up a touchdown, giving chase, but ball incomplete just behind his intended target of J.R. Waters. That'll bring up second down.
You got to run the rock in that situation. If you're dual threat quarterback, you have the edge. Rolling out to your left, why chance that pass with the completion percentage going down? You take a look here. He's in a full sprint. You've got the edge. Show your athleticism. Get forward. Pick up any type of positive yards. Low risk pass, trying to torque your body for that throw. If he picked up 3 or 4 yards, that would have been a huge plus.
Instead now, 3rd and 8. Jackson State doesn't like people crossing midfield. One-on-one coverage on the outside, trying to target once more Waters, and John Huggins on the coverage, pass incomplete. That'll bring up 4th down.
A lot of contact there. Surprised they did not call pass interference. Let's take a closer look. He's slowing down, trying to get to the ball. He's got to make a better effort to come back and get that football if you're J.R. Waters.
Huggins, who's just a coaching favorite for Dennis Thurman, the way he's been able to play this season. Jimmy Isles back to punt it away for Grambling State. Lucky to get that one away. Kevin Coleman collecting it out of bounds. So by our clock, 7:31 to go in the first quarter. And Jackson State scored on their opening drive after a short field, capitalizing on that turnover from Grambling State. We'll see what they do here on their second possession.
This will be something to see what Grambling State does defensively. Jackson State scored, but it took them a number of plays to get in from 21 yards out after the turnover. Now let's see if Jackson State's able to drive the length of the field.
Wilkerson to the left of Shador Sanders, 3 receivers to the top of your screen. He looks to the right, goes for it, one-on-one coverage, has the man beat, had the step and just overthrows Willie Gaines.
I always say this, if you're going to blitz the quarterback, you better get to him. And they got to him just enough without getting hurt. Shador Sanders saw the blitz was coming, just missed on that throw. If the protection would have held for a half a second longer, that would have been a huge play. If you're Grambling State, you realize, hey, we went after the kid. He saw it, almost beat us badly. We're not going to blitz him anytime soon.
Looking. Too tall, but wow. Too tall for who? What a great catch made there by Shane Hollywood Hooks.
Man, you talk about hooking this catch. What kind of gloves does he have on? High throw, helped out his quarterback. One of the best catches you're going to see all weekend. Look at this. Turn, stop. One hand while getting hit. Secure the catch. I see you, Shane Hooks. Da-da-da, da-da-da.
Oh, yeah. SportsCenter top 10 nominee for sure after that 19-yard completion for the senior out of Orlando, Florida. You know, when you look at the spoil of riches in skill position for Jackson State, you can literally pick any receiver, and Shador Sanders says he feels comfortable going to all.
Yeah, Two's got a wide receiving core. And Shador sometimes like to call himself Two. Two's got some receivers.
And Two was feeling the pressure there from Joshua Reed. Reed, a big culture guy for this Grambling State program. Remember, first-year defensive coordinator under Hugh Jackson is Cedric Thornton. He came over after winning SWAC championships with Alcorn State.
Cedric Thornton, one of those guys, will be next in line to get an HBCU coaching job. Has been shutting down offenses in this conference for decades.
3rd and 10. Can his defense hold getting to the quarterback? A rare opportunity of sacking Shador Sanders, but they were able to get to him. Credit Brian Powell with the sack. They love his pass rushing ability, does the Grambling State coaching staff.
They're bringing pressure all the way around. A little stunt. Stunt doesn't get there, but what do? You keep on pursuing the quarterback for the sack. The Grambling State defense doing something that a lot of defenses have not been able to do, which is force a punt on Jackson State.
Well, Sam Johnson gets his first action of the afternoon. Keith Britton catches that one sailing out of bounds. Well, Jay, good time to set up your power rankings and how it plays out this week in HBCU football.
I mean, most people know we're watching the number one team in HBCU football, which is Jackson State University. They've got all the tools that you need to be number one, rightfully so, undefeated. South Carolina State, reigning champions from the Cricket Celebration Bowl a season ago, got their first victory last week. North Carolina Central's at Swac, coming in at number 3. Very impressive wins, their first 2 victories of the season over North Carolina T, as well as dominating Winston-Salem State. Tiff, anything stand out to you on those?
I think the Eagles and their start, Trey Oliver said we were picked to finish 2nd in the MEAC, but we want that smoke. We're coming for South Carolina State, Southern, and Florida A&M at 4 and 5 with your teams on the bubble at Bowie State and Tennessee State. New quarterback in, Chance Amy, and John Simon, the new O coordinator for Grambling State, said, hey, when he comes in, we're going to give a different look with him.
Yeah, they like to they set it up saying that he's more of that dual threat thrower and runner, but thrower first. But they come out right away trying to establish he's going to run the football a little bit. Use him there for probably a little bit of that wildcat formation. Then he goes to the sideline. They go back to Hawkins.
Syracuse transfer, junior out of Texas. Retarius Hawkins back in at QB, 2nd and 7. The pressure, this team led the nation in sacks last year, but Hawkins with his feet able to escape.
Positive yardage. I mean, that's what you have to do against an aggressive defense like Jackson State. Stay ahead of the chains. Pick up 3 yards on first down. Pick up 4 yards on second down. Play breaks down, makes a quick decision to escape out of the pocket. Get all you can get out of bounds. Now you're dealing with a manageable 3rd down situation. I would continue to spread them out and tell the quarterback almost the same read. If your first read's not there, then right away look to run right away. You cannot sit still in the pocket versus this aggressive Jackson State defense.
Washington and Chance Williams in the backfield, and that pass incomplete, but all types of red jerseys in the face of Hawkins, and a flag is down near the 45-yard line, just picked up. We'll hear the call from Ryan Myers in just a moment.
Pass interference, defense, number 5. The ball will be placed at the spot of the foul, automatic first down.
Trying to stick the slant route versus the blitz. Might have gotten there a little bit earlier, but I told you, they're coming after you. The pressure was there. Linebacker blitz, able to get a hit on the quarterback. Telling you, the pocket is not the place you want to be when you're going against Jackson State. Dennis Thurman's defense attacks.
Feeling the pressure again, got it away, but it was lofted up in the air, and Cameron Silman Craig does it again. First, he recovered the fumble on the opening possession. Now comes up with the INT.
One of those guys you just love watching all over the football field, kind of like a honey badger type. Going to be at the right place, the right time. He makes plays and starts with the pressure. You don't want to be in the pocket. Look, that's not good protection. They attack the pocket, disrupt the throw just enough where Silman Craig is able to come over and get the interception.
You talked about just how Silman Craig, who's been a catalyst on defense, actually was coached in high school by Deion Sanders out in Texas. And Cameron Silman Craig is one of those guys they see projected moving on to the NFL. Wilkerson on the carry up ahead. In correction, that's J.D. Martin. The ball carry. No, that's Wilkerson.
Keep that thing in between the tackles. They like to use Wilkerson. Martin, the guy that like to bounce on the edge a little bit, but we're starting to see Wilkerson establish himself as that go-to running back for Jackson State.
Wilkerson stays on the field looking to the sideline for the call.
They're dangerous right now. Grambling showing they're going to have a man-to-man look. Maybe they're trying to bait him, but if they show their look, their defense this quickly, could be trouble.
Wilkerson finds a hole up the middle and gashing him, and Wilkerson stays on his feet. Great run for Savion Wilkerson.
They like their running back. They like it. They talked about him during camp. They said this kid came down here and impressed and joined an already crowded backfield and showing you why. Able to run between the tackles and run through contact.
Moving quickly again, and just a little miscommunication there between Sanders and his receiver.
Go back to that run. Look at the low pad level. And explodes through the hole in a hurry and bouncing off would-be tacklers.
On second and 10. Little side step, center step, stays on his feet. Great feet and hurdling. The defender is Wilkerson. 11 yards on the pickup and move the sticks.
Great runners have the ability to change direction in small spaces. And Wilkerson showing not a lot of room here. But watch him change the direction. Going hard right, left, back right, and a little hurdle as well. It's that it factor you look for from great runners.
Wilkerson, you see those numbers continuing to add up. 131 coming into today's game. And Willie Gaines couldn't get to that one. Second down. Shedeur Sanders, thus far, is looking to different receivers, but Jackson State has really had great success on the ground.
So the running game has been there. Passing game hasn't quite caught on yet. We know it's there. That's established, but I'm sure Coach Prime is loving the fact that this offense is able to show that it's versatile and can run the football.
Back to pass again. One-on-one coverage and just overthrown. Kevin Coleman. We haven't had a chance to talk about one of those important players brought in to this class.
You see here just a little bit off a little bit. Normally that's a throw that we see Sanders make 9 out of 10 times. However, just missed on the throw there.
That was Dallas Daniels. He was eyeing for the end zone. Another third down on the way. Empty backfield from the 20. Sanders delivers the catch made by Travante Rucker. Rucker, a guy who we talked a lot about at the beginning of last year, but not so much this year, with a very experienced and deep unit.
Freshman sensation out of the Sunshine State there. Dominated a season ago, but so much competition at every position for Jackson State. Not to say he's just one of the guys, but they're all guys, and they're all really good.
On 4th and 6, electing to go for it here, even though Coach Prime very confident in his kicking game. Feels like they see something, and yes, they do, as that one goes into the hands of DJ Stevens, and it's first down.
Good job of just coming across the formation. The tight end, DJ Stevens, gets leverage. Get him the ball right now. Late break on the ball by the defensive back. Coming over, Ray Estes.
And that should have been a penalty, as Grambling State had 12 men on the field, couldn't run off in enough time, and the presence of mind for Shedeur Sanders to happen.
More than 11 on the field at the snap of the ball. Have to get to the goal. First down.
And again, something that's shooting this defense in the foot. They're trying to stand toe-to-toe with a very potent offense, especially with Sanders at quarterback. But that, again, hurts. Another half a distance to the goal penalty against Grambling State.
Man, that's one of those categories you should say will lead to ultimate failure. Half the distance to the goal penalties. I like that term, Tiff. And that's exactly what hurt him in that first drive, or else they could have probably limited JSU to a field goal try. Now they're letting the Tigers get a little bit closer as well.
Wilkerson runs it, powers ahead, and he's in. We'll credit Wilkerson for his first touchdown in a Jackson State uniform. The pom-poms out here in the Fenton J. This fan base, passionate, best in FCS, and already seeing their team got 13 points.
Good job. That forward lean we talked about. After contact, he's able to lean forward for additional yards. His first touchdown for Jackson State, and he deserved it. He earned it on that drive. He was the guy carrying the load with run after run.
10 plays, 61 yards, but you go back to that 4th and 6th decision, a chance to kick it, but they say we see something. DJ Stevens collects 8 yards that keep the drive going and punch it in.
If you're the better team, you want to eliminate hope. Let the crowd get into it. Don't let them think they can come in here and have a chance at winning this ball game. Up by 10 points, they think they're still in it. Down by 14, they start to question.
Turnover is the story of the game, though, early on for the visitors.
Yeah, I mean, open the drive right there. That's just a tough break. A freshman makes a freshman mistake, doesn't protect the football. They capitalize, but then the offensive line didn't come through with the protection. Another turnover, and good teams make you pay when you turn over the football.
Sonic boom of the South has it rocking.
Place is becoming pretty intimidating, isn't it, Tiff?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Largest FCS stadium out there. They lead the nation in attendance every year. And when the football team's playing this well, nobody wants to make that road trip to Jackson, Mississippi.
Well, Britton on the return just out past the 20-yard line. And I'll say, when you look at the first 2 games for Grambling State, they played nearly mistake-free football, coughed it up a couple of times, but here today, already 2 TOs.
Yep, that's what's got them down by 2 touchdowns. Protect the football. I'm sure that's one of the things that Coach Jackson told his offense. Can't keep the defense on the field that long. The game plan for them was ball control, keep the Jackson State offense off the field. You don't mind if they get the ball by punt, but the turnovers have been costly.
And just a reminder to our viewers, the time in this game being kept on the field, the game clock malfunctioned early on. So that's just something to be aware of as Maurice Washington trying to bounce to the outside, gets around there. It picks up about 4 yards on the play.
And Washington, he can run that route. I mean, we're seeing 2 good running backs. We know Wilkerson's really good, but they said Maurice Washington is the best player for Grambling, and he's not backing down from Jackson State. He's a little bit of a problem. He's doing his job running the ball extremely well as catching it out of the backfield.
They give it to him again, 28, and he's got plenty of space ahead of him.
Man!
Few cuts, and what a run by Maurice Washington. Yes, he's in for the score. If I had a little bit more boys there, Jay, I would have pumped it up some more for that 73-yard run.
Phenomenal run, and we just said it. He's not backing down from Jackson State. The one guy that came to play that can seize the moment. The transfer from Nebraska and TCU showing you what a big-time running back looks like. Grambling State
up this season by the Jackson State defense. The extra point is good. And cutting the lead in half All you need to do is dial up number 28 for Grambling State. Maurice Washington says, watch out for your boy. I got a little something in me. Juice.
All right, so that's how you score. Do they score again? No, I doubt that they score again. But you got some backups in the game, and everybody asked what Nugget was. Well, Nugget was in there that series, that drive. They didn't throw it his side, but he came up to run support twice to cut one of them back in, but he really wasn't on the play. And then, as you just seen him right there, he came up, but he was off balance and not square. Well, he kind of turned the play back in, and then that's where Cam misses a tackle. Washington has the speed. He gets away. He gets away. So finally, after 2 games, someone scores a touchdown on Jackson State, and it just so happened to be Grambling, and it's actually on the ground, and it's not an actual drive. It's a big play. So the defense will have to reorganize themselves for the rest of the game because it's still a game now. Instead of you being up 14-0, come out, stop these 2 plays, get them back in 3rd down, and then potentially force them to punt so you can go back up 21. It's 14-7. It's a 1-score game. And now everybody can relax. You know what I'm saying? Because the defense in that defensive front that they're running, that 3-man front, you have some holes. And Hugh Jackson and the offensive line coach have now adjusted to that. A couple of missed tackles, boom, you got one. And you're hoping for that. You're hoping for your running back to make someone miss. And you know what I'm saying? And JSU is slipping right there so you can actually break one. That's probably got Coach Thurman highly upset, and Coach Prime highly upset. You know what I'm saying? But the offense comes back out, and the one thing that you got going that's positive for Jackson State is that you're up 7. You just swapped out drives, but 21-7 right here looks mighty good.
In college football, presented by McDonald's, Grambling State able to cut the lead in half. And Jay, my strained voice could not do that last run by Maurice Washington. Justice, you take it.
I mean, outstanding job. Watch him see the line, and then right here, I am up, cut here on the dime. Give me another cut so I can get a little something. And that becomes a football race. But no, I got one more gear for you to cap off a spectacular run. I love it when the coach's scouting report is accurate. They said Maurice Washington is our best football player. He just showed you why.
And more impressively, now that gives this Grambling State team, who had some miscues early on, confidence. They scored the first touchdown of the season against the top defense in the FCS. They can use that momentum. And their defense has been playing really well.
Yeah, well, it really does. I'm thinking Deion was trying to be aggressive, Coach Prime, when he said, you know what, I'm not going to settle for a field goal. I want that touchdown to get up by 2 scores. Well, now it's back to a 1-score ball game. And Grambling trying to make this Jackson State offense continue to work to put points on the board.
Well, when we talk with Coach Prime at the start of the season, before we went into that Orange Blossom Classic in week 0, he said, look, we're trying to dominate. Yes. That is the theme of the season. We want to dominate. And that's playing into that aggressive mindset that we've seen.
And that's what they've done this year. I mean, that's why they're ranked so high in the national polls. They're the #1 HBCU football team in the country right now with our power rankings there. And they're still getting better. We're seeing them continue to get better and better weekly, but we are seeing them struggle a little bit on the defensive side. Grambling's presented some challenges to them. Give credit to head coach Hugh Jackson coming here with the game plan to compete.
First down.
That's a penalty right there. Delay a game. You know why? Because the clocks aren't working on the field. and call me just a football player. If the clocks aren't working on the field, then instead of me getting 25 seconds, give me 28, 29. I don't trust you.
1st and 15 now on the 16-yard line. Sanders decides to tuck it, run, slides, and gets it out to the 22.
So that's something we've seen Shedeur Sanders add to his game from a season ago. Really a pocket passer, but he always said he's a dual threat. He likes to throw first, no doubt about it, but we've seen him add the mobility, stepping up more in the pocket, showing his athleticism more on display.
Oh, they're avoiding it. Sundiata.
Whoa!
In the preseason all SWAC selection. The scoop and score. It was Anderson who caused the fumble. Brian Powell takes it in.
It's conference football. Grambling State, we talked about in the open, the most historic HBCU football program ever, showing fight coming down here to the SIP. An extra point away from tying this up. As you mentioned, the pressure from Sundiata Anderson caused the fumble, and the other bookend, Brian Powell, able to get the scoop and score. We got a ball game.
Well, just continued pursuit for the Tigers defense. And the bookends getting the job done and a chance to tie up the ball game. An injured Grambling State player being attended to in the end zone. But the world-famed Tiger Marching Band made just a short trip over. They wanted to strike up the band again. Sundiata Anderson gave them something to play for, but you hate to see this. He comes limping off the field after that great play.
Yeah, we have to hope he can return to this contest. He's an all SWAC performer. High motor, high energy guy. You saw him force the fumble. They need him to make a return. Let's hope he can be okay.
Garrett Urban on to attempt the extra point. And the senior helps tie it up for his Grambling State Tigers. 14 all here for Hugh Jackson, trying to pick up a big win on the road against Jackson State.
Man, what y'all expect, man? You know what I'm saying? It's turnover for turnover, you know? Shedeur can be loose with the ball. I felt like after last year where he had, especially in the against FAMU, that first game, he had put the ball on the ground, too loose with it, palming it with one hand instead of tucking it. I thought that he would fix that issue, but he's also been able to make plays. So, you know, he got to know that he's going up against an all-SWAC defensive end who's got really good potential. He's got to tuck that ball. You just take the sack right there. You're still ahead 7 points. But, you know, it's a game. It's supposed to be a game. I don't want to say what I really want to say, but in all honesty, JSU was controlling this game. Even with the problems that Grambling is posing to the defense presently, they're really not problems. Outside of the one run, you don't have anything. So JSU just has to stay the course. And good thing about a turnover and a touchdown real quick is that they get the ball back, and let's see if they can go get the touchdown. And let's see if they will not allow any more points. So now the offense is giving up some points and the defense is giving up some points. So this is to be expected. You know what I mean? And so now it's on and popping. It's a ball game now. It's 0-0 again. You know, will Grambling score again? It is yet to be seen. I don't think that that they'll be able to score again. JSU just has to take care of the ball and not do self-inflicted things. So does Grambling.
In less than a minute for Grambling State.
But if you come up with big plays and it gets you right back in the ball game, down 14-0, Grambling gets sparked by this touchdown run by Maurice Washington. And then the defense, which gave up some points early, comes up with a big play of its own, putting 7 points on the board with the strip, sack, scoop, and score. We're tied at 14. If you blink, you missed it.
Glad that you're here with us, Jay Walker, Tiffany Green from Mississippi Veterans Memorial Stadium. This Grambling State team comes on the road into a hostile environment. Jackson State, top defense in FCS in a number of different categories, hadn't allowed a touchdown through their first 2 games. 6 combined points through 2 games. And here, in less than a minute, Grambling State puts up 14.
And they still haven't solved the riddle of that offense yet. You know, from all the teams we've seen this season, we've seen Grambling State offense have the most success. And it's early in this football game, of course, but it's going to be interesting how this plays out.
Isaiah Bolden on the return, and Bolden out to near the 30-yard line. First team all SWAC specialists.
So you know what's happened here? What's happened here is, I always thought this. Conference play is like your neighborhood. The neighbors know you. Now, you can go outside your neighborhood and be a star and beat up on all the other kids out there throughout the country, but once you get to conference play, Grambling's like, Jackson State, we know you. We know who you are. We've been playing it for decades. We compete toe-to-toe with you. We're Grambling. Jackson State's got to prove to Grambling that that's a new J-State. This is a new J-State. Let's see what they do.
Well, we told you that the balance tips in favor heavily for Grambling State in this series. Won 8 of the last 10, but again, you're looking at the SWAC champions from 2021 in Jackson State right now in a tight ball game, 14-all. The handoff to J.D. Martin. And Martin wrapped up by a number of yellow jerseys, including Blake Thomas.
And it's something about that G for Grambling. I mean, everybody I ever played with, from Jake Reed, Poncho Glover, Elford Payton, all those Grambling guys, they make you earn that G. And the G is going to show up. The G will show up for Grambling. And we're starting to see it right now as they're flying around the football up against a very talented Jackson State squad.
Gets it away. J.D. Martin with plenty of space and blockers. And J.D. Martin still on his feet, trying to dance around as good blocking up ahead given to the running back thanks to Willie Gaines across midfield and deep now into Grambling State territory.
The design play right here, they cleared out that side of the field, blown coverage, and you give it to your running back in space with the lead blocker. Big play for Jackson State, but really like the play selection by offensive coordinator Brett Bartolone.
43 yards on that last play, and another solid one. What kind of contact is happening between Wilkerson and Lewis Matthews?
They're not backing down. Wilkerson's the runner. Matthews is the starting inside linebacker, number 57, and I'm going to meet you at the hole. Wham! Woo! That's a hard hit, boy. You don't see too many collisions like that in college football nowadays.
And on that play, it appears Wesley Green got injured on the play.
This is what I'm trying to get people to see. How methodical Jackson State offense is, and the run game is working. They get a big play off the pass to J.D. Martin, and then they turn around and get a nice little run. They're back in the red zone after a turnover. Do you know how demoralizing that is when you just took momentum from Jackson State? You had a breakout run. You just had a fumble. You get a quick 14 points on the ground, and then Jackson State just march, step right back down the field, and it's in the red zone. They score right here. then it just offsets everything else again. This also has bought time for Jackson State's defense to clean up some stuff, right? They get to clean up some stuff, make some adjustments, and come out after this score, because I'm telling y'all it's going to be a score. They're going to come out after this score, and then we'll see some of that defense that people have seen in the first two games. What has happened is that because of some of the things that Hugh's doing to try to scheme their way into creating some mismatches, you're seeing Thurman slowly adjust, but he hasn't backed down. So, yeah, thank you. Absolutely. So, we'll see what happens, man. It's gonna continue to go up from here. It's gonna continue to go up from here. Conscious code. But no, man. This is a game. We got a game. Let's see how long we got a game. That's them.
Deion Sanders, Hugh Jackson. Sanders played in the NFL. Hugh Jackson, a former head coach in the National Football League, now leading two of the most storied programs and trying to become a part of that rich legacy like an Eddie G. Robinson, a W.C. Gordon. This is a great football game if you're tuning in. 14-all. Still early in the second quarter, Xavion Wilkerson, who continues to punish from his running back position.
You know what Coach Prime's trying to do? He's trying to go from a baller to a shot caller. How many times have we seen that? I mean, he's everything he does is big, and the impact he made as a former player, Hall of Fame guy, to a coach with immediate impact. Props to Coach Prime.
And it's a conversation that's been had all throughout about how Hugh Jackson and Coach Prime have, built their relationship from their time in the National Football League, and now dear friends within the coaching ranks of HBCUs. And look, Hugh Jackson says, I'll take a page out of Coach Prime's book. I don't mind doing so because he's doing a sensational job.
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery, right? And that's what you do. It's copycat. We always say the NFL is a copycat league. College football is copycat sports.
Offense, number 70, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Jay, a critical drive here for Jackson State as they have had their troubles in the red zone. We saw that last weekend in that Southern Heritage Classic.
They had a nice drive where they took advantage of the red zone earlier in this game, but still want to see him make a nice, smooth transition into getting into the end zone. Penalties down in the red zone are magnified when you get further away from the end zone. Great pressure for him.
Shedeur Sanders has a lot to go through. Sets up a little something underneath. And a pass complete to Willie Gaines.
As much as Cedric Thornton, the defensive coordinator for Grambling, loves to blitz, he's easing off the gas pedal, but he wants to. We saw it right there. Okay, we got him backed up a little bit on their heels. Let's try and make something big happen. Dialed up that blitz, but lucky he wasn't burned by a little bubble screen, which is a blitz killer.
Looking, still plenty of time. Good protection. Tries to throw it to the back of the end zone, and wow, just laid out. A member of that Grambling State staff, someone who's carrying the camera, is like, ooh, wrong place to be when Shane Hooks was coming his way.
In red zone passing, it's got to be quicker. Ball's got to be gone within 2.5 seconds. 1,001, 1,002, nobody's there. Then you're in trouble. Then it becomes scramble. So guys aren't getting open off the break. The rubs aren't getting there. Pre-snap read may be confusing them a little bit, but the reaction time down here has to be quicker.
Let's it go quicker, and has it. Beautifully thrown ball to Dallas Daniels, and a touchdown for Jackson State.
Thought I was lying when I said it's got to be quick. It's got to be. Smooth transition, stuck the slant route in there to Daniels. His go-to receiver on the air. And this is just throwing it in stride, crease. The defense, crucial touchdown strike from Shador. Look at that tight spiral on the money.
Will they answer 3 for 3 in the red zone today for Jackson State? It's through, but a penalty on the play. So Wyatt Myers.
Offside defense, number 6. Player lined up in the neutral zone. That penalty is declined. The result is good.
Well, I'm going to start calling them Shador So Smooth, Sanders finding Double D, Dallas Daniels.
I'm not even going to lie to y'all. Mac, I disagree that it's a dog fight. The reason that I say it's not a dog fight is because the way the game is going. Grambling's defense only has 1 stop. JSU's defense has multiple turnovers and stops. I think we've seen 2 Grambling punts, 2 Grambling turnovers. And both of the turnovers led to points. One JSU drive, we saw they get sacked on the 3rd down and they punt, but then they come. Yeah, and then they punt. But Jackson State has control of the game. But Hugh Jackson is trying to slow the game down and be methodical with confusing the defense's assignments. But all of this time has went by. And it's still like 9 minutes left in the second quarter, and we got, look how many points is on the board. It's 21-14. That's 35 points in the first half. And, you know, Grambling has scored twice in the second quarter. So it's interesting. What Grambling does right here is what's important. We know if we really, really, really got a game right here.
Jackson State wanting to do something a little different from last week. Felt like they gave up a number of big plays. This time they've been able to limit Grambling State to just that one big 73-yard touchdown.
Yeah, only been Grambling State's had the ball 3 times and they turned it over. But we've seen them create some problems. But I want to give credit to Jackson State. They've only given up a touchdown in this game. Touchdowns are hard to come by, but it was a great individual effort by Washington to get that touchdown on the board.
I'll say this, if you're just tuning in, lots been happening in this ball game, right? So we saw a couple of early turnovers from Grambling State. Jackson State able to capitalize, getting out to a 14-0 run. And then in 41 seconds, Grambling State answers with 14 straight points. But that drive last from Jackson State, very important as they've been really efficient in the red zone today.
Yes, and that's the mark of a champion. Okay, Grambling State showed the fight, but Jackson State still trying to prove they're the better football team, keeping the lead position and forcing Grambling State to continue to fight from the trail position.
If you're Jackson State, are you content to just let Maurice Washington try to beat you, or who else has to get involved for this Grambling State team?
I think the way they use him, you want to say you want to make him one-dimensional, but we've seen him catch balls out of the backfield.
Timeout. Jackson State. The second of the half.
So, I mean, I think schematically what they've done, the way they've used Washington, that's what's giving Dennis Thurman, the defensive coordinator for Jackson State, the problem. I mean, the fact that Washington catches balls out of the backfield. He runs in between the tackles. He's very involved in the game plan, so it's kind of hard. You know, going back to NFL, like, everybody remembers, well, I think one of the most underrated running backs of all time is Marshall Faulk. You know why Marshall Faulk was special? Because he can run routes like a wide receiver. He could pick up the blitz. He could hurt you with the home run. He didn't have to come off the field. You couldn't game plan for Marshall Faulk because you didn't know where he was going to be. And I think they're using Maurice Washington, their best player, that way. You don't know where he's going to line up. You don't know where he's going to get the football, but you do know he's going to get it. But how do you game plan around that?
Well, he starts the series on the sideline as Chance Lamborghini Williams in the backfield, and an RPO from Hawkins was trying to slide. His helmet pops off as Herman Smith came in to bring him down. And so his helmet pops off, so he's got to go to the sideline.
Yeah, because no penalty was called. And then you almost wonder, how does a quarterback that's given himself up lose a helmet without a penalty being called? And I'm going to go back to what my old friend Rogers Redding used to say. Needs to tighten up that chin strap.
Long-time lead official in NCAA. And now Julian Chavez in the ball game, and they hand it off to Williams. Williams, another one of those players who brings a great versatility, opens up different assets and facets of the offense.
And with that name, Lamborghini.
Lamborghini Mercy.
You better be able to run and have some wheels if your nickname is Lamborghini.
Said the Lamborghini slowed down a little bit. Last week it was all good. They're trying to rev him up again, but on a short yardage situation on 3rd and 1, trying to push ahead, and they're going to give him the first down.
I'm not going to do this often. This was a very well-run quarterback sneak. You know why? Because so often we see the quarterback get the snap and just take off. This quarterback actually got the snap, let the line get the surge, and then went in behind.
Just like the way you used to run it, right, Jay?
There's a little bit of rhythm to a quarterback sneak. I have fumbled a quarterback sneak before, which is kind of embarrassing, but I'm human.
You know, it happens. It happened. Probably didn't let it happen again. They probably didn't run a quarterback sneak again. Chance Williams with the completion, but quickly there to greet him.
You know who it is.
Oh, yeah, he makes noise all over the field. Aubrey Miller.
We call him one of the noisiest football players out there. When he gets to the play, whistle blows right after. He doesn't miss tackles, hits hard, disrupts. Transfer from Missouri, NFL prospect Aubrey Miller. We haven't called his name today, but when he gets there, he's an impact.
Loss of 1 for the Tigers on 2nd down. Hawkins completes the pass, but again, right there, Jackson State's defense is able to greet the ball carrier just as soon as they
see Miller making this tackle in space in the open field. That's what you want from your inside linebacker.
Good look at Miller, who's become a better communicator on the field, really challenged himself to take his leadership to another level of skill. Certainly there from on 3rd down. One-on-one coverage on the outside, a lot of contact with J.R. Waters in the defensive back. Nothing called against Jalen Hughes. It's 4th down.
Yeah, they wanted the holding penalty, but I'm just going to go back and say, wow, they went games close. You're down by 7 and no Maurice Washington at all that whole series. I understand running back by committee, but Washington's been a problem. They went away from it. Now they're forced to punt.
You got to wonder if that was by design or is Washington okay? We'll try to look for him on the sideline. Kevin Coleman muffs the punt. It's on the ground. Fumble. A number of people try to go, but Grambling State coming up with it. So the tide turning in favor of Grambling State. They gave it away twice earlier, and now Jackson State with their first TO.
And Kevin Coleman, very high recruit coming to Jackson State. They say he just has to work on minimizing the freshman mistakes. We have to call that being a freshman mistake as well. not able to field the punt cleanly. Got to make that catch there, young man. You're a great football player, but Grambling State special teams come through.
Xavier Lodge coming up with it. And so now the Grambling State offense trots back onto the field. But Jay, we didn't see Maurice Washington in that last series, and once again, he's not on the field.
False start. Offense. Number 79. 5-yard penalty. First down.
False start on the offense. Wow, I thought that was against Jackson State. They're moving back 5 yards. Tough break there for Hugh Jackson, but let's see what offensive coordinator John Simon can dial up to make up some of that yardage.
Here's Chance Williams, who's brought down by Huggins. Simon, whose family is from the state of Louisiana, and while he himself didn't attend an HBCU, his parents did. So said, I know a whole lot about Southern University down there in Baton Rouge. Even went to Southern Lab.
Yeah, that's been some of the best coaches from Southern have come from Grambling, and some of the Grambling coaches have been Southern folks. So,
well, a Grambling guy, and Eric Dooley is now the head coach at Southern. 2nd and 14. Hawkins surveying the field, feeling the pressure by Devontae Davis. Gets it away. Oh, so dangerous. And the pursuit just didn't stop for Hawkins. Pass incomplete. But a number of red jerseys just following number 8 on the field.
And this is one of those plays as a quarterback in your mind. So Hawkins escapes the pressure, right? But watch this missile come in right before he gets rid of it by the name of Aubrey Miller. He's going to make him feel it. That's running sideline to sideline. That's how you improve your NFL stop. Not going to show up as a tackle for loss, but when they rewind the film, Hawkins had to get rid of that ball because there was an incoming weapon.
Critical 3rd and long. Bobbled by Hawkins, trying to go to J.R. Waters, and well overthrows his wide receiver, and it's 4th down. So excellent field position for Grambling State after they recovered the muffed punt, and now they bring their kicker onto the field, and Garrett Urban. Now, when we talked with Hugh Jackson, he said, I'm really confident in his leg. He's a great kicker. In fact, 55-yard in, we're going to try it.
Yes. And obviously, Coach Hugh didn't lie to us as they're going for the long field goal right now.
Preseason second-team player, and that's going to be a penalty as that one goes through the uprights, but rather it's no good. However, Grambling will keep their drive alive after running into the kicker.
Was it roughing the kicker or running into that? We'll see from the official.
Running to the kicker, defense. 5-yard penalty, remain 4th down.
So he will get a second shot at it because it was 4th and 15. They called this the running into the kicker variety there. He'll get another shot a little bit closer.
When we talked about Maurice Washington being an excellent football player, Hugh Jackson said, well, you can count Garrett Urban in that category as well. Now a 41-yard attempt for the senior out of Houston. And this one goes through the uprights and put 3 points on the board for Grambling State. So they were able to come out of that with a trio of points. 21-17 here late in the second quarter.
When it comes to
Nah, he's not happy, man. You have to think about it. Your defense stops them makes them try a 45, 50-yard field goal. You don't run into the kicker right there. You miss the field goal. You get the ball back. Grambling has not shown to stop Jackson State's offense. They haven't. So here's how this plays out. Can Grambling stop Jackson State's offense this drive? Because if they don't, Jackson State scores again, and then they're up 10. And the closer you get to halftime and Grambling doesn't do anything, Jackson State gets the ball out of halftime. And at any moment, this game can swing and it can turn into a blowout in that third quarter. It's at the very top of that third quarter. So what you can look for is that if Jackson State is up 10 and it does get to halftime, you may see Hugh Jackson try an onside kick. You may see, I'm telling y'all, trust me, coming out of halftime, he may try an onside kick because he needs to steal momentum. And if Jackson State scores going into halftime and they seize momentum, that is a problem. But I do believe something might be wrong with Washington because this is 2 series in a row. I don't think that they actually play the kid. And you know what I'm saying? He could have pulled something or he could have did something. I don't know, but whatever. Let's see how good of this situation it is. You got Kevin Coleman fumbled a punt return, as you don't expect that to happen. The kid was phenomenal in high school, returning kickoffs and punts and playing receive at a high level. So maybe he's a little frustrated right here, and we can get a big play out of that. We're returning from commercial as we speak. So as soon as this wraps up, it is what it is.
Back here at the Vet in Jackson, Mississippi, and a football game going on between Grambling State and Jackson State. Coach Prime, I'm sure he's going to have a whole lot to say when he heads into the locker room. Good start to this ball game. His defense, though, has been pushed and tested. Grambling State able to figure some things out there. And a touchdown separates them, or less than a touchdown.
Yeah, just been a good conference football game. You know, we're seeing the best of both teams. Got a little bit sloppy at times, but you do that when you're playing against your rivals. Be interesting to see how this game shapes up. And Jackson State has to stop giving Grambling State hope with the turnovers and the penalties.
Flag on the play, and just a reminder to our viewers, no matter if this is credited as a conference game or not, it's going to always feel like when this one obviously is currently not seen as a conference game, Jay, but this is exactly what you expect to see when Grambling State and Jackson State take the field.
During their return, holding, proceeding team, 10-yard penalty on the spot of the foul, first down, Jackson State.
We keep talking about the legacy of these two programs, and Pro Football Hall of Famers, 4 have come out of each. Willie Davis, Willie Brown, Buck Buchanan, and Charlie Joyner. And on the other side, you've got Lynn Barney, Walter Payton, Sweetness, Dr. Doom, Robert Brazil, and Jackie Slater. Slater, Brazil, Payton, all played together on the same team. Went into the Hall of Fame around the same time, and it's quite impressive when you think about the rich history and penalty markers come out easily, as Chris Dagry made that pretty apparent.
And you know, that's a historic list of those players that we saw. You know, I got a little problem.
Pass interference, defense, number 20, 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
You see, going for the backside shoulder, obvious hold. 2 officials saw that there. Tough to defend when that happens. Pulling on the jersey.
And Jay, when you think about that impressive list of Hall of Famers, You know, we can think of a number of other players who should be added to the list. You're pretty passionate about one for Jackson State.
I mean, I think any list you talk about Hall of Fame worthy, Jimmy Smith deserves to be there. You know, he's got the repertoire that says he deserves to be there. Fantastic football player, all-time greatest wide receiver in the history of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And when I played in the league, it was Jimmy. Jimmy was doing it. I mean, you look at that 5-time Pro Bowl, look at the touchdowns, all that stuff there. I think the case is made now that Tony Baselli made it to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, the first Jaguar. Jimmy should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Look at the tape.
Shedeur Sanders trying to get away, keeping that play alive with his feet. We've seen him add that to his game, although he was just trying to protect himself and keep moving forward.
But the key is, positive yardage. Avoid a sack, and they'll take 2 or 3 yards rather than incompletion. I mean, that's how coordinators think. So give them that, make it manageable on 3rd down. And the key with Shedeur, when he's really got it going, Sanders, is his pre-snap read, and he's delivering the ball quickly and accurately, putting a lot of pressure on the defensive backs.
Lowering his shoulder, and Sanders is stopped by the Alcorn State transfer, Chris Dacre, who had that PI earlier, so that'll bring up 4th down.
Man-to-man coverage there, so they called the quarterback draw. Looked as if they had an opportunity to maybe cut it back inside and pick up the necessary yardage, but yellow jerseys flying around the football in true G-men style.
Oops. SWAC titles and HBCU champions over and over. You go back to the name of Eddie G. Robinson. You said it at the top of the broadcast, and legendary. Britain on the return and swallowed up by 5, 3, 4, 5 red jerseys.
And if you're Jackson State, you got to get momentum, get this crowd back into it. Where it's Grambling, you need the game played like this. See, there's just kind of a little lull. Everybody's kind of getting ready for halftime a little bit. The electricity has kind of left the building for a little bit. I mean, just imagine if you're Grambling, you can score a touchdown right now and go into halftime with the lead. Nobody saw that coming. Down 14-0, so make it a little bit ugly, calm this crowd down. Meanwhile, Jackson State, you want Aubrey Miller to hit somebody hard and wake this crowd up.
Well, both the Sonic Boom of the South and world-famed Tiger Marching Band heading to the field to get ready for their halftime performance. Remember, you can see the entire halftime performance from the bands over on ESPN3. Oh, just a drop there in and out of the hands of J.R. Waters. Would have been close to picking up that 1st down.
And that's what you wanted, a slant route, crossing route, man-to-man coverage. They were bringing pressure on the blitz. Come on now. Division I, FCS college football player, you have to make that catch there. Wide receivers, slant route, quarterbacks throwing it on the money.
And interesting, again, Floyd Chalk now with the handoff in the backfield. You saw that 70-plus yard run from Morris Washington. We really haven't seen him since Williams. Chance Williams has been in the backfield. Now Floyd Chalk. So you have to wonder, is the health of Washington in question?
They'll definitely start to question that now because, he's too good a player. He was their game plan. It was built around him. Maybe we'll find out at the half if he'll be available for the second half.
Third and 10. Hawkins looking for Lyndon Rash, and Rash with the spectacular grab, but they say he did not hold on to it. It bounced out. He lost possession when he hit the ground, so incompletion.
The rule is when you leave your feet, you must complete the act of the catch. That's a catch. That's a catch. He left his feet, but was not able to get up and give the ball to the official. So when you leave your feet, he elevates. Now he must complete the act of the catch and be able to get up, stop, and give the ball to the official. Different. Now, if you're running and you go to the ground like that, you were running the football. But it was the leap that is going to have them say this is an incomplete pass.
They're challenging the play. The play is under review.
Could have kept this drive going for Grambling State. Now they're going to take another look at it. Vernon Brakefield, the replay official up in the booth. We'll have another look at it. Jay, I think you just broke it down. Textbook.
Yeah. And it came about wide receiver for the Dallas Cowboys. Mind missing in the playoff game. They came up with it down there, and he did not complete the act of the catch. And so they came in and said, hey, if
the only way that this play survives is if they say it was a completed catch and then they rule it as a fumble. But you have to complete it going to the ground. Calvin Johnson rule. It wasn't no Dallas player. Jay don't know what he's talking about. It was someone else. So that has to happen. But there was also, it should have also been a penalty on the play because the receiver removed Nuggets helmet off of him.
Des Bryant in the playoff game there. Cowboy fans are still upset about it. And then they made some clarity on what the rule was.
But again, you think about the ruling on the field was an incompletion.
And don't forget to like the stream, share the stream.
Overturn it just.
Don't forget to like the stream, share the stream. Also, the Cash App is pinned.
Grambling State is able.
$KSLP1020. Support the channel.
They could potentially.
You ain't getting this type of coverage nowhere else.
Instead, you now are going to punt it away, give Jackson State another opportunity to add some cushion.
Yep.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. The pass is incomplete. Grambling will be charged a timeout, 4th down.
Tough, but Coach Jackson, he knows that too. He knows that. That rule there was close, and you almost have to say how many steps you have to establish to say that you're back in field of play, but that was one act. And I believe the officials got it right. Tough break for Grambling State.
So Willie Gaines back deep to receive it. And Gaines still on his feet. Keep on going.
Hey, Gaines.
He's got some moves to the outside.
Excuse me, that's Willie Pope. Let me give Willie Pope some love on that 30-yard return for Jackson State.
Miami transfer. Who was in the portal and came out of the portal.
They talked about him. They'll make his debut for us, and they make a change, pull Kevin Coleman, the freshman, and you see what Pope can do from down there at the bottom of Florida, showing some moves.
Great field position starting at the Grambling State 41-yard line. Best starting field position for Shedeur Sanders and the Tigers. They hand it off to Wilkerson. Wilkerson, who's done a nice job carrying the load this season. Again, 3 deep at running back when you think about Wilkerson, J.D. Martin, and Santee Marshall, who we haven't seen. But they want to go with the hot hand in number 36, Wilkerson. They keep it on the ground once more.
Surprising the way they want to dominate this game, and having gone for it on 4th down early in the red zone. I thought when they got the ball back with 2 minutes to go, they would step on the gas, trying to get another touchdown on the board, taking some shots at the end zone. It could still happen, but they're coming out with 2 straight runs, a little bit surprising.
You certainly trust the arm of Shedeur Sanders. And he finds Double D, Dallas Daniels. Daniels loses the football. It's on the ground, and Grambling State says they've come up with it. They'll try to get to the bottom of the pile, and they It's Grambling State football. Wow.
This is a SWAC, but this game has been wacky. Swacky. What is on that football where turnovers galore? I know bodies are all over the place. They're flying and hitting. Nice recognition, and Daniels is so sure-handed. Good job of punching the ball out by Chris Degre. And the Tiger defense makes a stop.
Wow. Marquise Britton, who comes up with it. But if you're Grambling State, you don't try to do anything too cute.
Nope. Take a knee.
Take it in.
Now let's get to the locker room. Down by 4 points. We've turned the ball over a number of times. The defense has played pretty well.
So a couple by Grambling State early on, turnovers. And then Jackson State got bit by that bug as well. Great ball game. Whew. Entertaining.
Wow.
Entertaining.
All right, man. So Grambling survives the first half. And I mean literally survived the first half. 3 turnovers by Jackson State. One off a punt, that one, and then, you know, the Shador fumble. 3 turnovers. That's how you survive, though. You survive the first half, and it is what it is. It is what it is. So now you have to go in and they have to regroup. And let's see if they'll go to Coach Prime.
Jay, this is exactly how you saw it playing out, or no?
Not at all. I think what stood out is Jackson State is talented. We know that. 21 points, they're happy at halftime. I think the big plays have been what's surprising, and the heart of Grambling State showed up. They didn't lay down when they were down 14-0. They continued to fight to make this a ball game.
Well, Coach Deion Sanders is going to be kind enough to join us down on the field. And Coach Prime, in terms of your defense, stingy through the first 2 games, but giving up a couple of touchdowns here. What adjustments do they have to make?
Just doing the job. Guys in the wrong gap. We're just not playing indicative of who we are. You know, we preach smart, tough, fast, discipline with character, and we're not doing anything. Offensively, we got to quit putting the ball on the ground where we're just not executing.
Coach Prime, you know the drill here. You're getting ready to go into the locker room. Coaches' conversations matter. What's your message to your team going to be?
I have no idea right now. That's how upset I am. This is not indicative of who we are. We talk about dominating. We're not dominating. We just want to be good. We don't want to be great. We don't want to just dominate and go pro. We're cool with playing in HBCU. We're cool with that. I want these guys to just think outside the darn box, and we just playing down to the level that we're playing up against.
All right, Coach, we appreciate you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. God bless.
I'm going to tell you this. If I'm a Jackson State football player, I don't want to be on the receiving end of Coach Prime's message in the locker room. We will come back here to the vet 21-17 in favor of JSU.
That was a good half of football for all sports fans. People want to see a fair game. Right now, JSU is with the penalties and the turnovers, and Grambling with penalties and turnovers have put both of themselves in a weird predicament. It's halftime. I guess y'all can get yourselves together. I'm gonna play whatever they show. I was thinking about ending the stream, but I'm gonna play what they show. Then go somewhere else. I really think that JSU has to see if they score right there on that drive. Dallas doesn't fumble. They score right there on that drive, and you're up 10. You come out and you're going to score again. You'll be up 17, and when you're up 17, it's a different type of a feel because now does Hugh stay committed to the run game? Right now, Hugh doesn't have to decommit from the run game. So maybe JSU get it together in this third quarter and they blow the game open because they have had opportunities and squandered those opportunities in the past couple of weeks with mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Those mistakes kept TSU, the score in TSU at the Southern Heritage Classic game close. This game, same thing. But then you could turn around and say the same thing for Grambling. You know, you could say, you know, we're really not moving the ball that well. But if we don't give up the first turnover and if we don't throw an interception on the other one, where would we be? I mean, truth be told, JSU was able to move the ball, and it is what it is at that point. So let's see if nah, it's not gonna give me. I was gonna see if it would give me the stats, but I'm gonna let me see if I can grab the stats for y'all real quick of this particular game, and let y'all know what's going on with these numbers. But yeah, you have Kevin Coleman doing his thing, fumble, and I know he's upset because he got taken out of punt. Purdue was up 29-25 over Syracuse, 51 seconds left. Iowa State is up 24-3 over Ohio, 7-7 between Notre Dame and Cal. Penn State just kicked off. Minnesota and Colorado just kicked off. BYU and Oregon has just put it to the foot. They have did what they did. Now, I'm going to leave this up. I was going to click off. Y'all hear my dog in the back. Pine Bluff, Arkansas Pine Bluff play tonight.
Well, Grambling State able to gash this Jackson State defense for a 73-yard run off the legs of Maurice Washington after scoring 14 unanswered points. It's a 21-17 ball game at the half. Taking a look at some HBCU news and notes. Jay, you talked about in your power rankings, North Carolina Central, how well they've played off to an amazing start as an FCS program.
Yeah, Trey Oliver's getting it done. They've got a great quarterback in Davius Richard, who has the potential to be a star, showing the leadership, evolving, beat North Carolina A&T to open up the season and shut out Winston-Salem State a week ago. The Eagles are soaring.
And then South Carolina State, the reigning HBCU national champions, they took home the Cricket Celebration Bowl trophy last year.
Yeah, impressive victory by Buddy Pugh's squad, defeating Bethune-Cookman. Of course, you got Jablonski Green getting it done, B.J. Davis, the linebacker. Defense is always going to be there for South Carolina State. Can the offense keep up as well as it did a season ago?
And then when you look at Southern University, their game in Baton Rouge against LSU, and boy, what a great moment it was, dialing up the 225 for the Tubanes.
So when they say a picture can say 1,000 words, and when I saw that picture there, both bands, LSU and Southern, on the field at the same time at halftime, showing love for the city of Baton Rouge. First time the schools had ever played against each other in football. Southern University got a check, took a loss, but this was a moment in the game for me, seeing that class move by both institutions.
All right, we will step aside here, but we'll be back with more from Mississippi Veterans Memorial Stadium.
All right, so let me see if I can pull some stats. That's the one thing I hate about what I gotta do. Nope. Anyways, so we got a good game, man. This is what it's gonna be. But let me go back and give you a little bit more football. I would go away to a different game, but it really ain't nobody worth watching right now. I seriously was gonna end the stream. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. But I seen what was going on YouTube, so it's like it's not really some good streams up. So Georgia won 48-7 over South Carolina, Michigan 59-0 over Connecticut, Oklahoma blew the brakes off Nebraska, Kentucky shuts out Youngstown State, Baylor won 42-7 over Texas State. Alabama and University of Louisiana Monroe are about to kick off in about 15 minutes. Let's see if I can pull some FCS stuff. And that's what we want to get into. ESPN Plus. Let's check in on App State. App State is winning 7-0 over Troy. Presently. Let me see who y'all like. Who else y'all got out there? Y'all, Virginia Lynchburg and Delaware State. Let's see what's going on. Delaware State is up 28-9. They got two quarterbacks that's been in the game for them, totaling 173 yards passing and 98 yards rushing, and they just had scored another touchdown over Virginia Lynchburg. That's no match. None whatsoever. So Hampton and Norfolk State is 14-7 Hampton over Norfolk State, and they have the ball.
Hall of Fame Tiger marching band on the field from Grambling State. Jay Walker, Tiffany Green back with you. And Jay, let's give it up for your power rankings. Who are the top 5 teams in your mind in football?
I think, Jackson State, we're watching them number one, deservedly so. They've overcome, they've got the star power, and more importantly, I think they've got that swag. They believe they're number one. I think that's why Coach Prime's a little disappointed now. They're not acting like it. Number 2, South Carolina State, reigning HBCU Cricket Celebration Bowl champions. They've got their first victory there. They're putting it together. The Bulldogs are going to be in the hunt at the end of the season.
Their bite is vicious. Coming in at number 3, North Carolina Central, NCCU.
Trey Oliver has the Eagles playing their best football under his reign. Right now, they look like they've got all the pieces there. The defense is stout. The offense can score points. 2 impressive victories to start the season.
And Eric Dooley led Southern University Jaguar team, and this is a group who is going to make a play for that Swac West division title.
Coming in number 5, Tiffany, your alma mater, Florida A&M, got their first victory of the season, finally getting it together offensively, figured out a couple things. The Rattlers got a desperately needed home victory versus Albany State. See if they can give them that momentum. And on the bubble, I got to give a shout out to Eddie George and Tennessee State University, 0-2, but their losses came to Jackson State and the Eastern Washington. So I've got to say, Tennessee State, they're trending in the right direction. And I got Bowie State coming in on the bubble as well, the reigning Division II HBCU national champion.
Hey, look, you want to say something about it, make sure you go to @BlackCollegeLive to get.
All right, hold on one second, y'all. I am about to attempt to see if I can y'all band heads. Let me see. Jackson State band. Did y'all know that they had a whole thing for them separate?
Good afternoon. The Sonic Boom would like to welcome all of our alumni, friends, and fans back home to Veterans Memorial Stadium. Today's show is entitled No Place Like Home. Our J5 drum majors and prancing J sets give you a formal invitation on the 40 and 50-yard line. And now let's get this show started with our J5 drum major squad as they get down to back that thing up. open its show to the club mix of Nobody Supposed to Be Here by Deborah Cox. Fans, make some noise if you feel there's no place like home. The Sonic Boom would like to celebrate Jackson, Mississippi for our resiliency and strong community bond as we made it through a major water crisis. Now we'll turn the temperature up just a few more degrees, always taking their performances to a new level and distinguishing themselves as the premier dance band in America. The quintessence of beauty and eloquence, the thrill of a billion eyes, the prancing J-Set will work it out to dancing to Workout Plan by Kanye West. Nobody works it out like the prancing J-Set. Let's welcome Sonny and the Baby Tigers back to the bed. All right, Blue Nation, here we go. And now watch the Sonic Boom get down as round and round we go. Oh, give it to him, Boom. Give it to him. Oh, yeah. As you focus your attention to the Jumbotron, you may have noticed that we haven't said one shady word about Grambling, because they speak for themselves. And now back to the Sonic Boom party. All right, Tiger fans, you know what time it is. J S.
Thank you, Kristen.
U. All right, if you're glad to be back at the vet and glad to celebrate the greatest institution on planet Earth, sing along.
We back, y'all. The halftime show is over.
Hands of Dallas Daniels for the touchdown.
Yeah, when they can score, they pulled away. So you have to like the fact that when Grambling challenged them, they decided they weren't going to back down. They go into halftime with the lead, which is what you want.
Our stat monitor is down, our stat broadcast is down right now, so we can't provide some of the numbers at halftime. And interestingly enough, Grambling State trying to warm up as they come out of the locker room.
And
the sonic boom of the South is just like,
still on the field.
Yeah, okay, well, this is our house. So please give us our space and time, please, and thank you.
And not a good idea to have tuba players and offensive linemen in the same mix. Defensive linemen. Folks want to play, particularly from opposing teams, so that's more fire for Grambling State entering the second half. Now, there's no time left on the clock, and Jackson State not even taking the warm-ups. I think their ears are probably sore from the lecture they got from Coach Prime in the locker room.
I think that Hugh Jackson, we talked about, has to be pleased. What type of adjustments do you feel like his group has to make here in the second half to walk away with the dub?
Protect the football. I think he's probably telling them, guys, we have a game plan in place. If we protect the football and follow our keys, then we can compete with these guys and we can beat these guys.
Well, starting off here in the third quarter, remember Jackson State will receive the ball. And then talking to Coach Prime, he says, we've got to execute. We've got to find ways to do things better. Maurice Washington, they limited his touches there in the latter part of the first half. We're told that he will start off the second half for Grambling State once they get the ball on offense. It was Washington went nearly a century mark last week.
I'm telling y'all, watch for fake. Onside kick.
Total yards here today.
And if Jackson State would have went up in this huddle, I know they was going for it. Watch.
Because you talk about somebody's coached and called plays in the highest level. Former NFL head coach, major college football. I'm going to hear this comment talk about Swac play.
We said an exciting brand of football. And really, too, when we had a chance to talk with him earlier this week, it was, hey, this is a new type of challenge for me, but it's a challenge that I was really willing to take on. The challenge now, the defense to try to stop Shedeur Sanders in this second half. Sanders, 8 touchdowns total on the season. No interceptions as they keep it on the ground. And Wilkerson with a strong run to open up the third quarter on the first play from scrimmage here in the second half.
I'll tell you, Wilkerson's got really great vision and the speed to get to the outside and finish off the run. It's like Walter Payton used to do, that stiff arm on the sidelines. I mean, he is, look at this.
Oh, my.
Run that rock, boy, run it.
Well, and look, Deion Sanders said, I love what Simeon Wilkerson brings to our team, a physicality, a toughness for this group.
And, they don't throw around praises. You have to earn them for Jackson State because there's so much competition on every position, every aspect of it. But as you'll see, Wilkerson going to bounce off the would-be tackler, and that's Jaden Brunson, who came over and a little banged up on the play. That's when you say Wilkerson won that battle, bouncing off of would-be tacklers.
when you talk about the competition and what it's like. I mean, Jay, we always are taken aback when we come to walkthroughs. It's just not your average walkthrough. Your spot never feels secure or safe. There's always this auditioning that's going on. So competitive.
And you know what's scary is they found this runner. I mean, they're feeding him. This is one where watching Wilkerson run, seems like the more touches he gets, the more hyped up and energized he gets, the more he starts to wear down the defense.
Oh my God.
I mean, he's taking them on, and he doesn't mind. He's not running from contact, and you have to think once the fourth quarter comes, if this defense doesn't have a cure for him, they'll be worn out.
Averaging 140 yards on the ground this season coming into today's game, but Wilkerson could be nearing that total for 2 and some change. Flag comes out after that incompletion that was thrown behind Dallas Daniels.
Defensive holding in the secondary, that's going to be automatic first down, and we've seen Grambling not help their cause defensively with penalties. But coming on this bootleg action here, we don't see it there, but it seemed like it was away from where the ball was thrown.
First and 10, bringing some pressure. Sanders able to get away. And that's Dallas Daniels, who stays on his feet, spins in to the end zone. It's like a little pinball.
Too easy. Blitzed him, he
Did we
beat
mention
you.
they've got athletes?
Blitzed him, he
Daniels
beat you.
came all the way across the field. From
All
right
I
to
heard
left.
this week,
Go
blitzing,
across your
blitzing.
screen right there.
That's why you don't
And then
blitz.
this is all Daniels at the end, showing you the speed to get to the edge and to finish off the run, gets into the end zone. Dallas Daniels has been that go-to guy for Shedeur Sanders and the Tiger offense all season long, particularly today.
Senior out of Dayton on that 26 catch and run. And a strong way to open up the third quarter for Jackson State. They stretch the lead back out thanks to Dallas Daniels' effort. Second touchdown of the day, number 4. It's been 4 years.
Told y'all what was gonna happen. So think about how important scoring before halftime would have been, because now you would have been up 17 points. And I told y'all that Grambling's defense is suspect. They give up over 400 yards of offense. And they're the most penalized team in the SWAC. If you just take care of your responsibilities, you're up in this game by a lot more. But more than that, if you don't have them first half turnovers, and well, you can't do that. But JSU take care of the ball better in the first half, they're up 35 points easily. But because you didn't take care of it, you're up 10 points right now. So now you have to deal with the overall view of Grambling now having to respond. They have to respond, because if they do not respond on this drive, they're going to run the ball back down your throat or throw the ball at you. And you just blitzed and he beat you on a shallow crossing. They didn't even have to run a screen. A shallow crossing, and they got 20-something yards off of it. If you're joining us now, if you're joining us now, you missed it earlier, you're not going to get a better stream than this. Please like the show, share the stream, bless the Cash App, $KSLP1020, and we're back.
Well, Coach Prime told us at the half he was none too pleased with the way his team played not finishing off plays, not executing, not dominating the way he would have liked. I think they got that message at halftime.
I think so. They came out with a well-designed play here. Dallas Daniels has been there for him all season long, but even he had a fumble in the first half. How do you make up for it? With a fantastic run after catch touchdown.
And that's exactly what their head coach wants to see. Coming out of the locker room, that message landed. That information stuck. 4 plays, 65 yards, and a quick score.
Well, I think Coach Prime, he'll learn. I always say the great coaches dominate the beginning of the game and halftime adjustments. Have your team come out in the third quarter and perform. It looks like Jackson State got the message offensively, but we'll see if the defense can keep up as well.
Touchback, and I want you to see the reaction. Sometimes when Mata puts it into the end zone for the touchback, Coach Prime is one of the first to go out and greet him and say, great job. And he loves the special teams play, but that's something that both Coach Prime and Hugh Jackson understand how important that phase of the game is, and hasn't always been a strength within HBCU football, but they are really pleased with their special teams play.
So they have, and I remember when Joe Taylor had great success at Hampton, he was a stickler for special teams. One of the first to hire a special teams coach, and that transcended. They started winning championships and winning games on a national level. We're seeing the trickle-down effect. Shout out to legendary coach Joe Taylor, now part of the College Football Playoff Selection Committee.
MEAC Hall of Famer and a great coach spanning 3 decades.
Good to see Maurice Washington in the backfield for Grambling. Let's see how they're able to utilize him. If you're Jackson State, you have to key on where he is.
If you're just tuning in, folks, the best offensive player for this Grambling State team, 28 in black, you'll see him used in a variety of ways. Too tall for Waters. It'll bring up third down. But that's something, too, that Dennis Thurman said, I have to make sure we stop number 28 here in this second half.
Coach Thurman said, I don't know names, I know numbers. And we know about number 28. 28 gashed him, and I'm pretty sure that defense got a wake-up call. It's going to be hard for him to have that type of success again in the second half. But he is more than capable physically of doing it.
Yes, Nugget is in the game.
This little spread formation, nobody deep. They were going to bring pressure.
We apologize for Ryan Myers, the referee for today's game. His microphone not working here.
Delay of game backs him up 5 yards, so not the start you want facing third and 15, your opening possession. Zach formation confused him now. Jackson State seems to be getting.
Man, hit the cash app, man. $ KSLP 1020. You can't find a better stream than this.
Into the hands of Lyndon Rash, and then it's dropped. So fourth down on the way.
Not a good start for Hawkins there coming out of the locker room. 3-man rush, you've got time. You have to give your receivers time to get.
Like the stream, share the stream, y'all. Like the stream, share the stream. Again, the cash app is $ KSLP 1020. I already know what y'all looking at on them other channels. You ain't getting this.
Miles out of Australia, boots it away. Willie Pope, we saw him once, did a little something, and again, spun out of bounds, but 10-yard return. And cross midfield, that's where Jackson State will start their second drive.
Listen, Juju, you laughing. You laughing. Yeah, you missed halftime. I cut it on the band. But look, I done went over to like 3 other streams. Two people are not showing it at all. One person is showing it in a minimized background. You really can't see it, and they're like talking through the whole entire game. So you're not getting this. Like, you got a full screen. If you're at home and you got YouTube on, you got a good quality game, you know. Oh, okay. Y'all had to have y'all chat. That's what's up. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, share the stream. Share the stream. You know, support the channel, please. I know what y'all been having to deal with. Trust me, I know. But it is what it is. So look, they're getting ready to wind back down from commercial. And we want to continue the stream. Y'all hear Tyson in the background. Don't talk about my dog. He sleep. But yeah, let's get this thing back on. As soon as this commercial is wrapped up, Alabama has taken the field for you Alabama fans. You know, I expect to win big. Let's put it to you like that. Yep. One more commercial. Well, after this ending commercial, then it is what it is. Hey man, we only got like 45 likes. Just to be honest, that ain't enough. I want to hit the like button, man. All right, here we go.
Just $30 a
Well, Travis Hunter, we haven't talked about him today, but the decision for the young man out of Swanee, Georgia, making a change. Young man said, I believe in what Coach Prime is doing here, Pro Football Hall of Famer, trying to change the game within HBCUs. Obviously, Coach Prime had an amazing career in the NFL and the MLB, and he's trying to help these young men get to the next level. And talk about getting to the next level. What a run there by Davis. Q Davis. The strong run. The first time we called his name.
Yeah, just a true freshman as well. Part of that talented wide receiver core, which just has talent abundance. Good job on the little jet sweep. Makes some contact, runs through it.
But we talked about coming in, how great that Jackson State defense has been. It goes back to last season. And then you think about the addition of a Travis Hunter being added to that, and could be a potential weapon for Shedeur Sanders on offense as well. He's a two-way player.
Yeah, we saw Travis Hunter in spring football, and he dominated. I mean, he was electric on offense, electric on defense. And then season opener versus Florida A&M, playing at 60%, he made a tremendous impact. When they say he's great and destined for greatness in the National Football League, believe it. I mean, he can be one of the greatest of all time. And when you want to be one of the greatest of all time, only a benefit to be coached by the greatest to ever do it, Coach Prime.
Still currently nursing an injury and off-season surgery. And Coach Prime was so clear. We're not bringing him back. He's got a career to think about. They certainly have a number of weapons on both sides of the ball. Great players that can get the job done. Shedeur Sanders continuing to help his team march down the field. We saw Shane Hooks catch a touchdown back in that first half. Now stepped inside that red zone.
And I like this. This is, to me, is exciting offensive football. Keeping the same personnel on the field. You've got the threat in the backfield of Wilkerson. Count the numbers. The moment they start to focus on the running game, you throw it. When they start to focus on the passing game, you run it.
Wilkerson trying to just find a little crease there and stopped and brought back short. Jalen Sheffield along with Kuzar on the stop. Xavier Kuzer. Third and 4. Man in motion. Sanders looking left all the way, had a step, and just missed his man, Shane Hooks.
As we'll note, not Sanders' most accurate day. We've seen him 70, 75% passer, but he's missed a couple throws like that today, and I think you give credit to the defense as well. But in the red zone, those throws, got to get a little bit more comfortable in the red zone. And we're seeing Jackson State having to settle for a field goal attempt.
Alejandro Mata on for the 32-yard field goal. And Mata puts it through. Two-score ball game for Jackson State. But you see that embrace. Always happens with Mata. I'm telling you, he shows a lot of love. But let's show some love to Eddie G. Robinson, the legendary coach from Jackson State. A legend in the game. You think about the number of wins he piled up over his impressive career. 408. See those 17 SWAC titles and 9 Black College Football Championships. No coaches can come close to doing that more than 200. Future pros. And look, we walked through the Eddie G. Robinson Museum when we were at Grambling a couple of years ago. And I'll tell you, it was humbling.
Yeah.
And I stood back in awe when you see the jerseys and the pictures and the plaques and the names. It was hallowed ground.
And we mentioned the Hall of Famers. Everybody knows them, but all the other guys, and I'm thinking, like Doug Williams, not in the Hall of Fame, but in the College Football Hall of Fame. Shaq Harris, Sammy White, goes on and on. You got Everson Walls. I mean, so many legends. Tank Younger that played for Coach Rob, and they all have an appreciation for him. And it was more than just being a football player with Coach Robinson. You had to become a Grambling man. And then once you did that, you became part of the Gram fam, as they like to call it. And that legacy continues today. I mean, you had the previous coach, Broderick Fobbs, played for Coach Robinson, did a good job down there at Grambling. And remember when Doug Williams took him back to the promised land when he was the head coach there. So they always find a way to give back.
And Hugh Jackson knows the traditions and continues to want to build upon them. And he said, look, they've shown how much they've cared, on and off the field. And buying into his system and way of doing things as a penalty comes out on that play. Buying into the system and enhancing on the culture that's already been established from those great coaches and players of the past.
So right now, down by 2 touchdowns again, that offense needs to come up with something. Got a little bit flat. Got a little flat. The last possession out of the locker room was nothing at all. Jackson State's coming out, showing they're going to continue to put points on the board. Now this is where you got to use that football IQ of Hugh Jackson to come up with something, put your team in a chance for success. I'd get the ball to Washington.
Washington, who we saw return that kick, not on the field. That's number 2, Chance Williams, on the carry, brought down by Niles Gaddy. Gaddy, a name that we haven't called a bunch in this one, was getting some pressure early on, coming off the edge. And they love the presence of that deep line, that front 4, and really Gaddy, Jeremiah Brown, Devontae Davis, Mercier.
Just collapse the pressure point. Attack the football.
And Dreontae Davis, the junior out of Greensboro, North Carolina, bringing down Hawkins.
I mean, look at the red jerseys control the line of scrimmage. This is a running play, and you've got yellow jerseys 3 yards back in the backfield, no place to go with it, taking over and dominating.
That was Williams, the ball carrier. Now 3rd and 8. Gets it out, a lot of contact on the outside, and there's the flag coming out that laundry. I'll tell you this, from way up high, we can see that one, Jay. A lot of contact made on the outside.
That's twice.
Late flag there,
You
but
can't run into him.
call
and
that
then
on
push
Wiggins,
off.
I think.
That's not pass interference.
So you'll see there, make the calls. Definitely on him, pulled him down.
Not pass interference.
I can't see a fault with that penalty being
It's
thrown in that
not pass
situation there.
interference.
So they bail out Grambling State on 3rd and 8. First down, and Hawkins has space along that left side, but likely coming back in the area of a hole.
Thank you, Sandra.
Reading lips, seems like he called holding on the center. Tyler Thomas transferred into Grambling from Tennessee State when he was there with Coach Jackson. You see 51 right in the middle of your screen. Right there, tugging the jersey as the quarterback was escaping, and that's one of those ones we talk about. Did he need to hold him? No, but when you're kind of lost not knowing where your quarterback is, that's when you tend to see those holding penalties.
Well, quickly to get out and quickly to beat the ball carrier was the defender for Jackson State. Cash Foley quickly came down thanks to Isaiah Bolden.
They love Bolden, you know, NFL prospect. Coach State played the next level. And when you read your keys like that and you make the play, it's one thing to say what they're trying to do to you. It's another one to see it, recognize it, go hit it into play.
So right now, last 2 plays, Grambling State going backwards, 2nd and long. The RPO, a little patient running there by Hawkins, and Hawkins picks up a good chunk of it. It'll bring up now 3rd, a little bit more reasonable.
That's on now.
Good job there with this one here, and just pull it. Once that defensive end crashes and tries to tackle the running back, quarterback pull it, puts a shake on Herman Smith to pick up some more yards. Good job of playing the quarterback position by Hawkins.
Miles, you got to make that play. That's you, the quarterback.
Chance Washington not on the field, but one of those targets that we saw in the first half. Their best player on offense can catch it out of the backfield and slow down in the running game. And now the pressure coming for Hawkins. He's feeling it everywhere. And he had a little double time. That play is still going. Ball was live as Devontae Davis flexing after the play.
Yeah, that's a fumble. You know, there was a flag there. It seemed like the Grambling offensive lineman just thought the play was over. But that was ruled a sack and a fumble, live ball. A good job of jumping on it by Jackson State, Jeremiah Williams. You see him getting no man's land, nowhere to go. This is the case, get rid of it or secure the football.
It's out.
But that ball is out. Great job. And you see kind of lackadaisical approach to get to it. But that is how you pursue the quarterback. Devontae Davis.
Damn, he choking him.
With the strip, forces the fumble. And it was Jeremiah Williams.
21.
And when you just looked at that drive and how it unfolded for Grambling State, the case of things fall apart.
Yeah. Yes.
Quarterback hurt.
Moving backwards there. And Coach Jackson would have settled for just a punt. But that's the thing as a quarterback. You have to know, just secure the football, take the sack, and
Boy, what the catch made by Wilkerson. Oh, my goodness, has he put on a show here. 11-yard run for the score. Savion Wilkerson. And everybody in the SWAC better watch out about this newcomer to the league.
Yes. He knew where the hole was, where the play was designed to go, and he set it up with moves in the backfield. Impressive run. We've seen the power running. Now he's showing off a little bit of the shake.
I'll tell you, are you seeing the same thing Coach Prime was telling us about Cy Wilkerson?
I'd seen it before when he was running for Delaware State up in the MEAC, but now he's taking it down to the SWAC, still able to run it.
Devontae Davis causing the fumble. In great position for Savion Wilkerson to strike from 11 yards out to stretch out the lead.
Here we go. So the can of whoop ass has begun. I mean, we got almost 400 people in here, man. I know a lot of y'all was on another stream and you just kind of straddled over to this stream and you're like, wait a minute, I should have been over here the whole time because they just talking on one stream and you got the whole game showing and you couldn't see it. Yeah, I understand that. So please like the stream, share the stream, feel free to bless the Cash App, $KSLP1020. But yes, the floodgates are about to open. If Grambling cannot put a drive together right here, which they won't, I think the 17 points that JSU gave up, the defense gave up 2. The defense gave up 2 touchdowns. I don't think that this team can score again. I think that the adjustments at halftime has made a difference, and now you're looking to see JSU potentially. That's 14 points. So you're looking for JSU to potentially look to score another 14 points before the third quarter is over with and pretty much blow the game open at the top of the fourth quarter, and then you'll start seeing subs.
All Hugh Jackson can do is shake his head after a surge from his team in the first half to bring it within 4. Jackson State has come out of the locker room and dominated the way Coach Prime has said his team should do all season long. Listen in. Jay Walker, Tiffany Green, Mississippi Veterans Memorial Stadium here in the SIP. Maurice Washington on the return, and he's quickly spun around and wrapped up after a short game. Jay, you smile when you hear that JSU chant.
Certain things just go along with college football. And when this place is rocking and they're doing that JSU chant, it goes. And I'm imagining right now Hugh Jackson on the Grambling sideline taking this all in like, it's going to be like this. This is what I've got to get used to. Yeah, you talk about a proud conference with a lot of history and legacy. I often said that one of the toughest road trips in all of college football was going to Grambling. Not easy to get to, passionate, the stories and the ghosts that are around that place. But these two Mississippi schools in Jackson and Alcorn up the road, tough places to play for the visiting teams.
Through the hands of Williams, and you saw there on that graphic, Grambling State hasn't had success. It's, backed up in their own territory. They've lost it, given it over to Jackson State. An opportunistic defense However, when you're saying, hey, I'm John Simon, I'm the offensive coordinator, what are some of the positive, takeaways that you can try to build on from that first half to switch it around?
Yeah, the offensive line has to protect a little bit better. I mean, they've been getting dominated by this Jackson State defensive front. And the running backs are good. I mean, we see a little taste there, Lamborghini, Williams, and we know that Washington is good, but Washington's clearly not the same guy he was in the first half. He's banged up on the last kickoff return, but if you can find ways to get individual efforts like this across the board, but you need to start scoring quickly. They need a little bit of sense of urgency. They're down by 21 points.
Well, one of the things that Hugh Jackson told us this week was the fact that we needed to get a talent infusion of players like Lamborghini Williams, the true freshman out of Baton Rouge. And he said, hey, look, we needed to make a quick upgrade, right? But we've got to keep building, and we have to keep pulling from the boot.
Yep, and the boot is the state of Louisiana, which is deep in talent. And they've also, good thing about Grambling, it's a national brand, so they can recruit anywhere in the country. I mean, when Grambling picks up the phone and makes the call, you answer. You take a listen to what they've got to say.
And you see the concern, Coach Prime going to check out Chance Williams, and that's great sportsmanship. But when you think about the recruiting trail, Hugh Jackson said, hey, we hit it hard. And we made it a priority. And we said, okay, look, in order to play in the SWAC, one of the things that I learned really quickly just watching, we got to get bigger up front. We got to get bigger up front to protect. And he can pull right from the state of Louisiana to do so. And that's exactly what he's done.
What surprises you about that? California. Well, I always told you that G is universal. Growing up in Southern California, there were about 4 HBCUs that I really heard of, and Grambling was front and center, one of them, because of the success of that football team.
JC on the roster even had a kid from Alaska.
That G is big. It's the most famous HBCU football program in the world. I mean, that's without argument. Would you agree?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no more popular HBCU football program ever than Grambling State.
The sustained success that they had in building the national brand, the way that this program helped to actually change the game in integrating football even back in the day. But
share the stream.
There was so
the stream.
much.
Feel free to bless the cash
and
out.
again, you talk about just what it means to wear that G across your
chest. We got over 400 people in and out.
A G-man, and
but we've had a nice broadcast this entire time. The whole game. A little bit of that band in there.
A great player, but it means being an upstanding citizen, showing professionalism and respect, and contributing in the classroom, in your community, and with your fellow teammates.
This is a big down. If they don't get this down right here, Jackson State going for the kill. We might see them come out after they get the ball and just take a shot.
So 3rd and 3. After the timeout, the line to gain is the 37-yard line.
Pressure coming. They're crowding the line of scrimmage.
Quickly getting it away. And behind his intended target of Lyndon Rash.
Let me give you an example. This is how you don't play the quarterback position successfully. Blitz is coming. You're going to get hit. But he looks like he's just throwing the ball so he doesn't get hit. It's hot. Pressure's coming. That's a throwaway there. And as he matures and gets a little bit more comfortable there, you'll realize where the pressure's coming from, and you can slide 1 or 2 steps away and get closer to the throw, but you can't throw that ball backwards like that. That was a throwaway. That's Coach Hughes saying he didn't know where the pressure was coming from.
Well, Jay, just to finish off the point about these programs, when you think about the HBCU championships, we already mentioned the Pro Football Hall of Famers for each of these schools, but you just gotta love it. And Coach Prime is like, well, I want to add to that total. I'm trying to play catch up, and everybody is in Black college football to that G.
Yeah, he wants to catch up with Eddie Robinson with that 200 professional football players.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm going to send guys to the pros, and that's going to be the key. When you think about those Hall of Famers, we talked about earlier, Dr. Doom, Robert Brazil, who you saw, who's coming back to the program and embracing Coach Sanders' sweetness, which might have been one of the top 5 greatest nicknames of all time.
Yeah.
There's only been one sweetness, only one.
He did it like nobody else. 2-time FCS All-American, ran behind Jackie Slater, the offensive lineman, back in the day for this Jackson State program. And now this new era of VI Love under Coach Prime, who was a part of the Pro Football Hall of Fame class in 2011, 2-time Super Bowl champion, and bringing, ouches, Wilkerson was brought down awkwardly, but bringing a different level of attention to JSU and HBCUs as a whole.
And what do we say in the open? Most people say anything is possible, but with Deion Sanders, everything is possible. He expects to do things differently.
Has it, man. Sanders along the sideline finds Dallas Daniels complete.
Man,
He got
that was
behind
6.
the defender, Quincy Mitchell, cross midfield, and that looks like a Sanders-Daniels connection that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, this is the throw. Nice catchable ball. Look at the accuracy right over the right outside shoulder where he's the only one that can make that catch.
29-yard completion.
Come on, y'all.
Trying to go for it again, little contact and overthrown. But we talk about, Coach Prime. But his son, Shador Sanders, has also garnered the spotlight, and for great reason, right? We said the National Freshman of the Year and all of FCS a season ago. Come up with some major NIL deals, historic, groundbreaking deals. Gatorade and Beats, he's giving them out to his teammates. He says, I want this one-on-one try. I'm going to get it again.
Oh, that's a flag. It's got to be pulled. Did you see the location of that throw? That's what I like as a quarterback. Coach, I missed that one a little bit. Give it back to me again. If I get the same look, then I'm going to throw the ball a little bit better than I did before.
To Mark Pope, who I've misidentified a couple of times in this broadcast as Willie Pope. It is Mark Pope. So correction there, number 6 in red for Jackson State.
Defense, number 20, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
This is how you know it's a perfectly thrown ball. Look at all this fighting and holding, and he still almost brought it in for a big catch. That ball was thrown on the money. Pope almost came away with a spectacular play. They're getting another weapon. This is Pope's first game, and they're adding another weapon to that wide receiver corps. Let's not forget Malachi Wideman, who was all SWAC a season ago from transfer from Tennessee, plays football and basketball at Jackson State. You have to see him this season.
Dangerous throw and batted away as Ray Estes.
I thought I had a free play.
Knocks it down. Yeah, but that That's just what you say, Jay, how tough it is in that wide receiver
to
room.
get on the field, just to get on that field. A little miscommunication between Pope and Sanders there. Right now, with this lead here, they're working on some things right now. They want to see this passing game get going. The running game was great, but trying to let Sanders play with a couple of his toys.
Sanders taking off with his feet. He's got an eye for the end zone, and he sneaks through. Ball 15 yards for Shedeur Sanders.
We told you he added the mobility and athleticism to his game during the offseason. Watch him climb the pocket and then take off and run. Get this close to the end zone, finish the run, willing to sacrifice his body to cross the goal line. Shedeur Sanders getting better and better, America.
Just a sophomore. Makes great decisions, can make the throws, very accurate. Now can escape and do it with his legs when necessary. Now, we don't have the luxury of having a sideline reporter here today, Jay, but how would you say Two feels like he's doing in the second half?
Two, and Shedeur Sanders came out and established some things, continuing to score points. Ball distribution is always the key. Throws it to a number of receivers. Dallas Daniels has been his go-to, but I really like what I'm seeing, the maturity, the business-like approach, including the teammates and everything, the arm strength, getting stronger as he's growing, and the mobility has been big.
Well, he wore 2 in college at Florida State. And I asked him earlier this week, I said, well, how do you think your son is wearing 2? He said, well, he's doing a pretty good job. I like the way he's handling his business. So handling the business here, and then 2-1, as in 21, Shiloh Sanders, who's out right now nursing an injury, will likely return to action at some point this season wearing his father's pro football number. So the Sanders family deep here in Jackson. Penalty on the field, and it'll go against Jackson State.
Offside kicking team, number 31. That 5-yard penalty will be enforced from the touchback spot. First down, Grambling.
Get this, folks, if you're just tuning in, we were tied at 14-0 at one point. Since then, they listened to Coach Prime in the locker room and have outscored their opponent 31-3.
He said, do you want to be HBCU or do you want to be pro? That was his challenge. And I don't think that was a knock to HBCUs. That's just challenging to everybody. Hey, I'm trying to build professional.
That's ESPN.
I didn't win the loss.
I don't know how you cut to a commercial break in the middle of a play, but ESPN. So let's see if they get right back to the stream. No, they literally cut to a commercial break on the drive. Nobody knows what's going on right now. We don't know if a time. There you go.
No, he was the guilty party.
The back shoulder.
We get almost to the fourth quarter before ESPN 3 starts messing up on the HBCU game. This It's coming back on. It's just them. This just happens. So apparently they throw a back shoulder to on Nugget side, and they call pass interference. So as you can see, our event is experiencing technical difficulties for this short moment, and then it's going to come right back on. But it starts happening as JSU begins to pull away. So again, we're just gonna stay tapped in. JPL, you're welcome. Please, like the stream, share the stream. Those of you who can, feel free to support the channel by blessing the Cash App. It is $KSLP1020. It is also pinned in the chat. We're just waiting on them to come back. So as soon as that comes back, ESPN never fails, Miss Pooh. Misha Pooh, yep, never, ever fails. So let me see if I can do something different for everyone. And probably not. By the time they actually fix this, we probably will get the game. So Notre Dame is winning 14-10 over Cal. Auburn is down a point. Maybe they're going for an extra point right here against Penn State, which will tie the game. Minnesota is 21-0 on Colorado. Oregon is on top of BYU 17-7. Appalachian State and Troy are tied. Alabama 28-0 against ULM. And let me see if I can get a little deeper into some FCS scores. Georgia Tech is down 7 points to Ole Miss. You're more than welcome. Like I said, it'll come back on. Told you.
I'm like, you got a goal whistle now? You got a couple of them, but.
So listen, real quick before we do this, we don't know if it was a turnover or whatnot, but Jess, there you go. Jess, they're still driving.
Every now and then.
Hey, Coach of the Year, not only in the conference, but also among all FCS coaches. Incompletion, clock stops, brings up fourth down. We apologize for our technical difficulties. Hear from the vet. 4th and 8.
They don't have any hope at all. They need to do something now. Pressure's coming, middle of the field open. Take a deep shot. Block up your slot receiver, one-on-one matchup. See if you can make a play. You didn't get it off. That's the part there.
Delay of game, offense. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
Give you one of those little Jay Walker stories. I became a really good quarterback when I would see it look like that, like, oh, they want to hit me. Okay, bring it. And once you bring it, I'm going to get one-on-one with my guy Flea or Jimmy Cunningham, deep shot down the middle. And if you take that away from me, okay, but I saw it coming, and I wouldn't let you change. So it's a game of chess. What you saw right there with Hawkins was he got nervous, more worried about getting hit. And if a defensive coordinator can make you nervous about getting hit and know you're not going to hit them back, they're going to keep hitting you. And that was an opportunity for him to make an audible, max protection, 3-man route, one-on-one, pick a matchup. That's football at its highest level, but you have to want those moments as a quarterback.
So instead of going for it, backed up 5 yards, they're going to punt it away. And try to pin Jackson State inside the 5. Miles successful in doing so. 5 seconds left in the third quarter. Partner, we got another quarter to run through. And I hope our viewers understand we've had 2 games in 3 days. Voice a little tired and strained right now.
I'm ready for some tailgate. One thing. I put Mississippi up there as one of the top states to tailgate. Mississippi tailgates are great. Alabama, we know they tailgate. All their colleges there. Underrated tailgate spot probably for me would be South Carolina.
Okay.
They do some good tailgating there. But number 1 tailgate state for me, Louisiana. Grambling, Southern, jambalaya, gumbo, barbecue. Food tastes good. Just tastes good. We're done with the third quarter. We'll be back for the fourth. Bring me a plate.
All right, Jackson State is only up 28 points with a whole quarter left. Will JSU put a drive here together to extend their lead to 35 points and then potentially go up and win by 40 points? I'm saying that because, it's up with me. It's up with me. Yeah, they only up 28 points. But I'm saying it like that to say this. In order to impress the voters, right? JSU has to put an exclamation point at the end of every game that they actually play. So it will help them in the polls and, potentially etch them up. So that's why I said only up 28 points like that. I mean, that's 4 scores. It's tough. But if JSU can go down here and drive now, go up 35 points, that's impressing the pollsters. That's taking people outside of outside of the conferences that pay attention to HBCU ball. That's eye-opening to those other FCS voters. And right now, that's what JSU has to do. JSU has to impress pollsters. And you do that by dominating. And you do that by, scoring. Look at, they only really had like two or 3 drives where they did not score, where they turned the ball over. You know what I'm saying? 2 of those drives, they turned the ball over. 1 of those drives, they punted. Other than that, they did a really good job at scoring on those other possessions. So now they have to go out and feel me, man. Just peep it. They have to literally impress the pollsters. And when that happens, man, it's going to go down. So listen, it looked like they cut the commercial off. They're not ready for play. So it looks like this is an extended commercial break. Hopefully when they come off the commercial break, we don't have Grambling State back with the ball. You know what I'm saying? I'm joking, but golly.
Coming back here to the vet. Look at the scores by quarter. It was a close game, 21-17 at half. And then Jackson State has run off 24 unanswered points as Shador Sanders and the starting offense still on the field to open up the final quarter.
A lot like we saw in the Orange Blossom Classic down in Miami when Jackson State put it on Florida A&M. They kept the starters in to start the fourth quarter. I would think they moved the ball a little bit. This will probably become the last series that we see the first string out there.
Well, you said this is experimentation time, right? A chance to, run through some extra things, try some new things if you're offensive coordinator Brett Bartoloni.
Got him.
There he is. Willie Gaines, you're not going to catch him. He's in for the score. 86 yards. So smooth. Shador Sanders to the speedster, Willie Gaines.
I think the starters are coming out now. And here's the thing about it. They only left Shane Hooks in at receiver. They took the other receivers out. And we just knew the Gaines was gonna bust one this game. They missed it in the first half, came back to it now. So peep this. JSU will score again with the second team. Watch.
Beautiful. Seat post to the middle. Great route, great throw, great execution, great day to beat Jackson State.
Willie started the game. He replaced Kevin Coleman. Kevin Coleman is actually, I mean, even though Coleman played, Willie just got a little bit more juice right there in the slot. And I think they kind of switched it up, making it competitive between the two people. But when they go 4 wide, you know that Coleman comes in. So Coleman and Willie have a bright future together as slots. And, you know, figuring out the Z's and the Y, figuring out those outside receivers is going to be a bigger thing. But right now, it look like Shane and Dallas got everything under control. But they actually can rotate everybody out. So if they want to go full speed and use all the receivers, as you can see from this game, we done seen about 9 receivers, 9 or 10 receivers, 14, 3, 10, 5, 4, 6, 9, 15. That's 8 receivers right there, and I know I'm missing one. So they probably have went 8 or 9 or potentially even 10 deep with the receivers. We still ain't seen Malachi Wideman, and I think it's because he's behind in the offense, similar to last year where he couldn't pick up the offense. You got to remember he was out during spring ball, and he was in summer. He was out. He was working on trying to make himself eligible because of, you know, grades or whatnot. So, you know, when he gets up to speed, it's still going to be a thing right there. But, you know, listen, the second team is about to come in after the defense get a turnover. Yes, I'm predicting a turnover right here. They're going to come out, and the second team's going to score. The transfer from Ohio State, the backup quarterback, he is going to put points on the board. And he's going to hit a couple of people. Watch. And even on top of that, we're getting ready to see how deep Jackson State is, because they haven't really rotated everybody in full, but we about to see how deep they are.
Back here in Jackson, where we saw Shador Sanders. So an absolute strike, had to increase the lead, but let's take a look at how he was open. Take a look at number 10 in the slot, right side of your screen. This is what you call a double move, getting to the post. Sells it inside, outside, becomes a foot race, accurately thrown ball, strike up the sonic boom of the South, because we're putting 6 on the board. Recognizing the one-on-one matchup, slot receiver versus nickelback. That's how you execute football at the highest level.
Got him.
So what'd you say?
Got him.
Got him. And I'll tell you, as a quarterback, when you see that matchup, you're like, oh, man. Like, you'll get hit for that. But that's what we didn't see from the Grambling quarterback. Opportunity for a big play. Wasn't willing to get hit for that because he didn't know it was on the backside. Shador Sanders knew, oh, if I got to get a little contact in order to hold on this ball half second longer so he can clear, I know what's on the other side, somewhere over the rainbow.
A pro.
Yes.
A pro. And that's how Deion Sanders has raised his son to be a pro in all areas of life, as Marquise Britton on an outstanding return for Grambling State. But you think about all the pros that he's been around over the years. And Sanders is a young man who the coaches say, look, well, he sees it, right? And he's got the skill to digest it and adjust. And they're making a great read and a big strike. So 46-yard return for Marquise Britton. And near midfield to start this drive for Grambling State. Ryan Peppins, who we saw targeted early. This is his first game as a Grambling State Tiger. Had a freshman hiccup there. But now they're just trying to run some of their offense and try a few things if you're John Simon, the coordinator.
Yeah, you're playing for next week. You're playing to see. We've got some young guys that are just making their first appearances. Let's see what they can bring to the table. Who's going to compete? Who's going to give up? You see,
pick the ball.
Lyndon Rash comes up with a big reception, a great concentration on the ball. And this is a dangerous throw right here. Defensive back trying to jump the route, just missed. How Rash was able to concentrate, come up with that catch. Pretty remarkable.
Again, felt the pressure was coming this way. Pocket collapsing quickly, and it's 4th down.
Nugget, you got to pick that.
Now, I can understand it. You go for it here. You're down by a lot. And I think if you don't pick up this first down, then the next time you get the ball, then Jackson State expects you to run the ball, to run out the clock. Here's that look again. Middle of the field, wide open. They're going to come hit the quarterback. You know that. But you've got one-on-one matchups with a lot of field. If you can hang in there, you can hurt this defense.
Quickly gets it out. Screen, stop short, and turnover
Nugget
on downs. Well, Hugh Jackson, first-year head coach at Grambling State. We heard from him earlier this week at the press conference just about the admiration that he has for what's happening down here at Jackson State.
I think he's been sensational, since he came into the conference. He's done a great job of really pulling back the tape of everything that's gone on in the conference. I think he's pulled back the tape as far as exposing young players to more opportunities, whether it be the National Football League or just everyday life. He's been great that way. And Deion's always been that. And I think people understand that. But I don't think people knew what kind of coach he is and what kind of leader he is. He's tremendous, always has been, always will be. And people gravitate to him because of who he is. And he has that media spotlight that everybody knows, that smile. He's charismatic. He knows how to do those things at a high level. And I know why players want to go play for him, because of the person he is.
Well, he continued to say, look, I throw my support and stand behind all of what he's doing and pushing for change. Coach Prime being a mentor for Hugh Jackson in the HBCU space, he said. They've built a relationship, a good friendship. They text frequently, but it's not just builders of professional football players. It's builders of professional men to walk into the workforce, into society, to be great contributors. And we've seen the immediate change that's taken place, working to enhance the facilities, raising the profile, and kind of the 24/7 all access that America has to Jackson State. Shane Hooks and scrambles out.
Selfishly, I'm going to say that's what the HBCU mission has always been about. It's always been more than football. I think what Prime has brought to the equation is let's share that HBCU experience, but add more football to it. Become pros. Doing that. It's well documented. When he went to Florida State, he'd be over at FAMU all the time. Seeing that. So I like what he's bringing, the approach of appreciating an HBCU experience with just as good an opportunity to go pro. He can move. And he's a runner. And I like it because he's still not run first. I mean, you take a look at this replay. He's going through progression. It's not there. Buy a little time. He's still looking. Vision downfield. Okay. You guys are going to give it to me, then let me run and get a first down.
Jay, at what point do you feel like Shedeur Sanders' afternoon will be done?
After the last touchdown. After the 52 points, I thought it should have been a wrap, but, not surprised. That's what they do. Let me agitate the folks a little bit. But if you're Grambling, you really can't say anything. Because I remember a period of time when Grambling had their heyday, and they had a quarterback by the name of Bruce Eugene, and they run it up on everybody. I mean, 66-point lead, Bruce would still be in the game. So when we say football balances out, same things make you laugh can make you cry. And right now, Shedeur Sanders is saying, cry me a river, because I'm not done.
Double D. Dallas Daniels for another score, and I think the defensive backs not feeling it as there's a little congregation there in the end zone. Not feeling it as Aceto said, well, why y'all keep picking on us?
Oh, got that foot in bounds, and Daniels with the great body control.
I'm sorry, that was Roy Estes. But you take it personally if you're a defender. You're down by this much and little jibber jabber.
Conscious. Now you can relax. The 40 piece is on us. And it's still 10 minutes to go, and the backups are going to score. We all know what that last drive was. That last drive was you're going to play at the beginning of the top half of the fourth quarter. You know what I'm saying? All of that is going to transpire because y'all played like crap in the beginning of, the whole first half. So all of that was cleaning up the early mistakes and stretching the lead a little bit more to where you can throw them backups in. That's all that was, man. That's all it was. So as I stated, they up 40. You know what I'm saying? They up 40. And then they checking light bulbs. This is what he wanted. He wanted the big score because he don't want nobody to feel like they had a chance. He wanted the big score because he know his team is better than what they put out in the first half of this game and then the whole TSU game. That's what he wanted. He wanted the big score to impress the posters. Man, the numbers have grown. There's a lot more people up in the building, man. Share the stream. Like the stream. It's 10 minutes left. Yep, Savage, you called it. I asked you earlier on in the game, and Savage said 40. And that's what we got. We got a 41-point lead. 42-point lead? 59-17? Yeah. 42-point lead. It's going to be more than that. It's going to be more than that. Because the backups are going to score. They're not gonna stop throwing. They might run the ball a little bit. They took Savion out. You know what I mean? They might run the ball a little bit, but we may see third string, fourth string players get in the game down the stretch. But I don't know if they even want Grambling to score again, because if you give Grambling a score, then it is what it is. They've covered the point spread and more against Grambling. This is all about impressing posters. This is back to the BCS era for the FCS.
Welcome back to Jackson, Mississippi, where the Tigers are on top 59-17. Second most scored against Grambling State in this history. Remember, it was in favor of Grambling State. 8 of the last 10 tries but they're closing in on number 68, which has been the most points ever in history that Jackson State has put up against Grambling back in the late 90s. Well, how did they get there? Yeah. Shedeur Sanders did his thing, and he really started to lighten up in that.
My favorite team is the Philadelphia Eagles. I've been an Eagles fan since Randall Cunningham.
He also found ways to keep the drive going, using his legs and then putting it in the air. And his favorite target today has been Dallas Daniels.
Yeah, I think you would call it a slow start, but he got it going. Slow start for him, but slow start for him. He's responsible for 5 touchdowns on the day. And I think he's got 2 rushing and 3 throwing the football. What a slow start. I mean, the kid is good. The team is good. And he showed why he's one of the premier quarterbacks in the country.
And right into the hands of the defender. An interception for Jackson State. That's number 29.
Showing some great range, going to make that interception. You know, the Jackson State defensive backs are going to be ball hogs. And that was Delano Salgado. Look at him cover some range. Coming off the hash, making the interception.
When you think about what it'll be like when they're at full strength again on defense, how much more depth they've been able to build this season. I mean, Jay, when we go back to that season last year, making it all the way to the Cricket Celebration Bowl, they're trying to do that again and more. And Shedeur Sanders still in the ball game.
A little bit of surprise there. I can understand. Nah, I was like, I don't get it. You got, now you bring in Santee Marshall, who's the backup running back, more than capable runner as well. They've got a number of wide receivers.
Santee Marshall spinning around, bouncing around. Backup quarterback for Jackson State. JP Andrade, the transfer from Ohio State. Would anticipate that we could see him, but the way it's going, not sure. Third and 7. Sanders back to pass, feeling pressure. Finds the soft spot. Kevin Coleman gets the first down, little juke move. A lot of Power 5 schools were after Kevin Coleman, especially out of the ACC. They were coming after him heavy, but remember he made that announcement at the All-American Bowl that he was going to Jackson State. Player down on the field. And it looks to be Sundiata Anderson for Grambling State, helped up to the field by Coach Prime. We'll step aside quickly.
Coach Prime always, man. He gonna look at the Hugh Jackson boys. He gonna look at, well, really all the kids. If somebody get injured. But yeah, Adrian, my team is the Eagles, man. I've been an Eagles fan since Randall Cunningham, bro. A little bit before Randall Cunningham, like right when they got him. You know what I'm saying? I was so intrigued by Randall Cunningham when he played Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? I watched him ball in Las Vegas on TV. And I was just interested in his style of play because he played like all the kids, and how we grew up. He played that style. I don't know how old you are, but he just played the style of play that black athletic players played, and he had an arm, and he could throw it 70 yards. You know what I'm saying? So I was grateful that he went to the Eagles. I like their colors, The color scheme was always something that I liked as well. And, you know, Reggie White had something to do with it as well. The Eagles also had great DBs during that little run where they had the 2 cornerback tandems and Dawkins at safety. I think they really did a good job like that. But that was my team. But I'm telling y'all, they got Shador out there. So I don't know if they let Shador throw the ball. Like he want to throw the ball, they might let him just get some little first downs, but they just stuff to eat up the clock. But if they put the backup quarterback in, it's on.
Let's see who is bringing the flavor today, brought to you by McDonald's. Graham fam, we're in the stands, making that drive about 2 hours. Make it here. And now we're seeing JP Andrade still looking on the sideline as Shador Sanders is on the field. Less than 8 minutes to go in this one. Second and 2.
Jay, you start to risk. You know, Grambling's upset. They're playing with a chip on their shoulder. We've seen it get chippy down there on the field a couple times. You take your star quarterback and you have him dropping back and throwing passes on second down and maybe again on third down. That risk, you hate to say it, knock on wood, but that risk of injury is always there in the game of football.
He had what he wanted. He had Coleman. He had Coleman on the seam route. He just held the ball. Watch Coleman. Well, they ain't gonna show it on this angle, but if they change the angle, they should change the angle on the replay. Watch the slot. Now, Grot, he know he in the game the rest of the time. Ain't no more other times he in the game. But he had Coleman on the seam route. Like, soon as he had the snap, all he had to do was just catch it and fling it. So there's a delay game. They're going to pin him back, and the defense going to get to stop again. But the 42 pieces up. They ran a lot of clock off in that little drive right there, and I think that we might see another turnover.
So they'll give it another go here. Jay's supposed to give us story time with Jay Walker at this point.
I got something for you.
Okay.
I have another something up my sleeve that'll get you going.
Pretty wrapped up and brought down. What you got for me, partner?
All right, Tiff, how about this? First time doing this on the Give Me 5 list. How about Jay's hottest HBCUs, the hottest HBCUs in the country? You tell me why Florida A&M is number 5.
Because we're the number 1 public HBCU for like, I don't know how many years in a row.
You got the Marching 100. You got Will Packer, the entertainment that you all started to do. I see that. Spelman. You know, anytime you got, Angelina Jolie's kids going there, people of that nature there, the diversity there. Spelman's always a class act, all women's institution down in Atlanta. North Carolina A&T was number 1 for years. But I think they've kind of been surpassed a little bit in the hotness. They are the largest HBCU in the country. They've got a world-class track and field program. They got some gold medal winners, things of that nature, so I got that. Number 2, want me to tell you why Howard is number 2?
I'm sure you will.
29% enrollment increase. Numbers don't lie. Largest jump in the country. Now the second largest HBCU P. Diddy, Thurgood Marshall, Chadwick Boseman, Felicia Rashad.
Okay.
It goes on and on and on. But they're hot. We've always been hot. And number one, they give it up. I love Jackson State University is hot. Let's go back to the list. Jackson State is hot. And you know why they're hot? Got the number one HBCU football team in the country. They got the best women's HBCU basketball team in the country. And Coach Reed did a great job here. The band is one of the top 5 bands, most improved I've seen in a while. The largest fan base
Listen,
in a while. The largest fan base.
they doing this without Travis. They're doing this without Travis.
Named athletic director
of the year.
Of the year.
Of the year. JSU is on fire. And I think God would give kudos to South Carolina State, reigning HBCU national champions, and they had record enrollment. So those are my hottest HBCUs. I would love to hear what America thinks about that, because you can hit us up at Black College Live. But we've seen that trend. You know, I remember when North Carolina A&T had like 6,700 students. Football team was down a little bit, and then they started investing in facilities, athletics, academics, and now they're the largest HBCU in the country.
Jay, we were on the plaza here at Jackson State yesterday for our Black College Live show. Rachel James Terry, Dwayne Lewis, who did a phenomenal job in helping us to organize this, a pep rally before we even came on the set. The Greeks were on the scene. The student body was fully involved. Just a tremendous environment on the campus of Jackson State. As Mark Pope on the return, but a penalty marker comes out. We'll await the call of that. But we have to give props because they laid out the red carpet, and it was so fun to be a part of, Jay.
It is. And I mean, they share, and you have to have a vision. And I think the leadership, you know, from the president's office to the athletic director to the coaches all buy into this. And it was really a good match. You know, they went out and had the vision to go hire Prime. There were a lot of questions like, why would you hire Deion Sanders? Didn't go to HBCU, hadn't coached in college before. Why? But it was that belief, and they deserve it. They deserve the kudos for taking that leap, and everything that's worked, the relationship seems to work. And we talked about this being one of the most historic programs in HBCU football. It's a blue blood. And that's one of the blue bloods of HBCU football. But they were down and out. I mean, they were down and out. Fan base was just used to criticizing the team more than they were clapping for the team. He stopped all that.
Illegal substitution, defense. More than 11 players on the field at the snap. 5-yard penalty. Result, first down.
We will step aside here as the resurgence is felt throughout the capital city of Jackson.
Adam, look at what I got.
I'm telling y'all, if they let him throw, he is going to throw a touchdown. He's going to throw a touchdown. Two things are happening. If Hugh plays his backups, he's more than like his chances of really throwing for a touchdown increase. It's going down. And I think I might come back and do that A&M game. I don't know. I don't know what y'all think. Yeah, he cold waves. He got a nice touch on his ball. He got a nice touch on his ball. So look, y'all, I may be. Yeah, I'm gonna do Mississippi Valley. I'm gonna do Mississippi Valley. Yeah, I'm gonna do the Valley game. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully the vet is packed out. I expect JSU to really dominate Valley. But you never know with Valley because they're neighbors and they're not going to lay down. They're going to fight. And JSU still has a lot of cleaning up to do. They cleaned up the second half. The first half, they just did what they did. But this second half, they played a a much more polished game. And therefore, we began to see the separation in the game.
ESPN College Football is presented by McDonald's Black and Positively Golden Movement, elevating the next generation of Black excellence.
Oh, yeah. Hello. Welcome back.
Wow.
Lyndon Rash. Touchdown, Grambling State. So
I'm trying to figure out how they got the ball back. We missed all of that. If they had illegal participation, it's a 5-yard penalty. Was it 3rd and 2 or something like that? It might have been 3rd and 4, and they got an automatic first down. Okay. This is what coach didn't want to do. He didn't want to get this up.
On the sideline, a little double move. Wow, that's DeJuan Warren. Caught peeking in the backfield on the double move. Rash burns him for it.
I guess Nugget thought he had safety help because Huggins was back there, but that's a bust. So the secondary finally gives up a touchdown, and in garbage time, and so they gave up. The defense is giving up 14 points. It is what it is. So it's 4 minutes and 45 seconds left. What does Coach Prime do here, being up only 35 now? Do you go back and 432,000? Do you go back and try to score right here? You got 4 minutes and 45 seconds and a quarterback who can put it in the end zone.
be concerned about, the health of your band members.
I got you. Yep. The second time we've seen Jackson State beat a team, and always they say this: if the score was close, you think the band would still be here? Like when we were down in Miami, the score wasn't close, visiting team or your alma mater.
I do think there were health concerns there.
They're now here.
Heat exhaustion.
They're up by a lot. Don't give Jackson State any more motivation. Is that what they mean by dominating? They'll start doing that.
Well, Jay, we always enjoy our time when we come to Jackson, Mississippi, and it was a different story a few weeks ago, a month ago, in which the city was faced adversity, water crisis, and the concern of clean water to drink and to bathe. These players had to be moved to a hotel. Just things had to shift and change. 150 residents without. And this Jackson State program has been resilient and provided some hope. And we hope that we would also see a new signal caller, JP Andrade, is now in the game. Is under 4.5 minutes to go in the ballgame.
I remember at that time, Coach Prime, he actually said he thought the city needed football to get their mind off of what was taking place with the water crisis. And he said that if we can help bring some water to the city, to do that. But he gave credit to this fan base in this city. We're tough. So they've been through pandemics, ice storms, and water crises, and they've all stuck together.
Moving quickly, Santee Marshall near that first down marker, and based on the spot, move the chains.
You ain't hit it, bro.
Marshall,
they gave you a first down.
D2 transfer from Miles, who earned himself a scholarship after walking on, being on the scout team.
I don't know why it's doing this.
JT in at quarterback for the Tigers.
Player shaken up on the field for Grambling State, but he seems to be able to walk off under his own power. It's Carter.
While we waiting on the game to resume, man, thank everybody for tuning in. You know what I'm saying? If you rocking with the stream, like the stream, feel free to support the channel. Bless the Cash App, $ KSLP 1020. Thank everybody again for tapping in. I mean, you're not gonna get a better stream than this.
Out the ball, or run out the clock rather. Instead, chance to get him some reps.
Yeah, 4-minute offense. Hold the ball for the last possession.
Here's Malachi Weidman, who he's targeting. And some laundry. Hits the field.
Pass interference. Defense. Number 32. 15-yard penalty. Automatic. First down.
I told you they're gonna take a shot. That was a touchdown. That was a touchdown. Look at it. Look, he beat.
Weidman.
He beat.
Good at stretching defenses. Long, lengthy, 6'5", 200-pound junior out of Venice, Florida. He's very talented.
He bagged the corner.
Extremely. Going through a little bit of some growing pains, but he can do it.
This pass incomplete.
Jay, while I have this opportunity, I want to give a shout out to Dr. Elaine Anthony. We saw her in the next booth over, the dean for School of Journalism. Got a chance to talk to some students yesterday. Some guys I bet want to take your place at mine too.
I'm sure they will, but that's always something. You know, I'd say this. I don't know if I say it to you personally, but I get joy when we go to college campuses and there's so many young African-American women that come to the TV truck or to the booth wanting to meet you because you have been a role model, a unicorn, a groundbreaker, one of the first in your profession to do it, inspire others.
I appreciate that, partner. And thank you. Malachi Weidman, wide open, steps back, and also steps out of bounds. And if those of you have been kind enough to listen to the broadcast, that's why I'm also vocally tired.
Right. And you hear the crowd getting excited because Weidman got a catch. When he got on the field, they were excited to see him get on the field. Hopefully he can get it going.
24-yard reception for Weidman. They're still keeping it in the air. They want to get him in the end zone, and he makes it. Touchdown, Malachi Weidman.
That guy can play. If they get him going, then lights out. He's a matchup problem for all. Then Andrade gets a touchdown throw for his career.
And they gonna look at that. They're gonna look at it. His knee was down, but I believe he was over. So they probably just gonna give him a touchdown on the muscle. I'm telling you, told you, they're just gonna get it to him.
National television. That might land a little differently. You might get a call quickly after. Rather a text message immediately.
Love to get that call. Love it when she calls. Put a smile on.
Happy birthday, Jasmine.
They put in a backup field goal kicker. They put the backup field goal kick in the game. Yeah, they've been playing since 1.
Well, since we're giving shout outs, earlier this week we asked Coach Prime about some of the influential teachers in his life. And he made sure to say, ooh, Miss Fleming, my high school teacher, and Miss Grimes, an elementary school teacher. He said I was like 7 or 8, lived in Fort Myers, Kansas City Royals, to spring training down there. Sometimes I would maybe miss class to go collect some baseballs, go back to school, sell them. He said, but you know what? An apple a day doesn't keep the teacher away. One of those collected baseballs will keep the teacher away. And Miss Grimes, so patient, Coach Prime said, and he just sincerely appreciates all of her efforts. Extra Yard for Teachers Week is an annual back-to-school effort led by the College Football Player Foundation that brings college sports together to recognize and show appreciation to the great teachers across the country. To support Extra Yard for Teachers recognition and resource initiatives, follow at CFP Extra Yard or scan the QR code.
And I thought that was a real cool story. He told us about basically snitching on himself. He would miss school or show up late to school so he could go get baseballs. But, that was that era where, when you were a kid his age right there, getting a baseball signed by a pro baseball player, man, you had to be lucky or special to get one of those.
Well, you got plenty of them. He said it was a lifelong dream of mine, right? I wanted to play Major League Baseball, and obviously he had the opportunity to do that and more. An excellent baseball player, and obviously a Hall of Fame football player.
You ever get autographed baseball or football or anything like that?
Ooh, I did. It was Chipper Jones, actually, for the Atlanta Braves, right?
Okay. I wasn't expecting that one.
I know.
But,
hey, what is the likelihood of JSU scoring another touchdown right here because Grambling is throwing the ball?
Hillsborough High School, shout out.
So I remember my dad's good friend was a guy by the name of Don Newcomb.
Mm-hmm.
Who won the Cy Young Award pitcher for the Dodgers. And he got me a ball. I stayed on Don Newcomb for every time he would come over to the house. You have my ball, you have my ball. And when it showed up, I went crazy. Autograph ball from Fernando Valenzuela.
Ooh, big number, what, 42?
34.
34.
I had Fernando Mania for real. Fernando Valenzuela.
That Tampa area, right? Think about Derek Bell, Gary Sheffield.
How'd you get on Chipper Jones, though?
I don't know. I was a Cubs fan.
Huh? Well, I guess Florida, you didn't have any baseball
we didn't
teams
have
back
any
then,
baseball teams back then. So, the Superstation,
WTBS, wow.
WGN, and Harry Carey, who I absolutely loved. Longtime announcer for the Cubs. I would listen to him.
Oh.
And, and then Andre Dawson went to Florida A&M.
Mm-hmm.
So I just grew attached to the Cubs, but I think I got it at like an auction.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you weren't like the kid that got
No, I
this in
didn't.
the
I didn't
box.
actually
Okay.
get. No. But I was a baseball card collector, football card and basketball cards. Like I had my Tops and Donruss and.
So, greatest HBCU baseball player. Dawson's up there.
The Hawk.
The Hawk. I'm gonna say Lou Brock.
Okay.
Southern University, and Grambling folks are gonna say Ralph Garr. That one. So Vince Coleman.
I was going. You know what? That's where I was going.
Coleman, steal some bases, but well, maybe that's a give me five list for down the road.
That is a good one.
Oil Can Boyd went to Jackson State World Series. Guys, so
I give the nod to Lou Brock.
Go Lou Brock. Hall of Famer. But
it's tough.
That Andre Dawson.
Yeah. I used to practice his stance, right? I'm really telling on myself. The upcoming schedule for Jackson State. They'll host Mississippi Valley State next weekend.
Yep. That's a game they should dominate again, but knowing Mississippi Valley like we do, Vincent Dancy, alumnus of Jackson State, that team fights hard for it, and they get up. There's about 2 or 3 games for this season that they really get up for, and that's going to be when they take on Jackson State.
And partner will be on the call for that October matchup against Alabama State. First-year head coach Eddie Robinson Jr., no relation to the legendary Eddie G. Robinson. October 8th on the road in Montgomery.
In the Gump.
Well, after a 21-17 score in the first half, Jackson State just unloaded on this Grambling State team to move to a perfect 3-0 on the season. The 11th ranked Tigers walk away with the dub, and you see, hey, look, in the game, we're enemies. But when it's all done, got nothing but love and respect for you, Hugh Jackson and Deion Sanders. Jay, your final thoughts?
Number 1 team in the country, showed they were the number 1 team in the country, particularly in the second half. Fought off a game Grambling squad, but ultimately had too much as they were the premier Tiger today.
We're going to say so long from the SIP for Jay Walker. I'm Tiffany Green, and for the rest of the crew, we appreciate you tuning in. But for now, we out.
All right, man. That is the conclusion of JSU and Grambling game, man. Let's see who else is making noise around college football right now in the HBCU realm before we actually shut this thing dizzle. Yeah, some FCS ball being played right now. Plenty. Don't want to watch that. I can't do this no more. Campbell, East Carolina. This is a good game right here for JSU fans. You know what I'm saying? That game coming up down the line as far as, let me see. This ain't the game, is it? Nah. This got to be an old game. This game is intriguing. Thought they play like now. Yeah, this old. All right, so look. That's right. They already played Prairie View. They play Southern Texas. Hold up. Can't spell, kind of. So this game is intriguing. I know it ain't on yet, but that would be one to watch. But yeah, man, let's see. Before I end the stream, let's take a look at what Campbell's doing. I pass it. Nope. There you go. Wave said Hugh Jackson stealing money. So okay, this game come on at 5 p.m. Cool. That's gonna be a real interesting game. I might come back and do that. I got a party I need to attend. Yay. Yeah, I don't see nothing else. Tulane, William and Mary. All right, so look, man, I appreciate everybody for tapping in, man. Next week we will be available for the who they play, Mississippi Valley State. So for those of you who hung in there and cheered out with us, appreciate you. We'll be back next week, man. Please support the channel. Everything will be everything over here. So y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day, man. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. I'm about to get my little day started.